Usual real low paid. So, how's the program? Usual real low paid. Oh, okay. So, how's the program going?
I started this week.
Oh, okay.
And they got moved to July 7th.
Oh, next week. And is it far away or is it somewhat in the air?
It's somewhere in there.
Yeah. And is it far away or is it somewhat in the air?
It's somewhere in the area. It's
Driving ain't too bad.
30 minutes out.
What time is the program? Does it like what are the hours? What time is the program? What are the hours?
7 a.m. to 4 p.m. I always get to places early.
I know. You got a lot going on for the fourth, or you
Got a couple of people coming over.
real good? My bingo card. Really? Joy of yours to like watch things go over. Didn't have that on my bingo card, but I would have assumed that that was a joy of yours to let watch things go over.
See, it is. The fireworks is the hunt me last night.
Yeah, you know. You just got on an Uber and call him. Yeah. Come back. Next time he send that, he can call him. Whatever, man. Whatever, man. Corey called me this morning, so he's gonna take you up on your offer. He looked around, but he said he still wants to split time.
Yeah.
So yeah, however you make work well.
Maybe there are some great fellow working.
Nice guy.
I hope he understands he's to look for a commission place somewhere or somewhere that's going to pay him to be there. You know what I mean? Like.
Well, no, yeah, he said he looked at sport clips and great clips.
Yeah.
And then I told him cost cutters, super cuts, and I think they were and Floyd's. I told him go to Floyd's.
Yeah.
As long as they don't make him sign a non-compete. leaving the facial hair long still?
Yeah, yeah.
So is that what he's planning on doing today? Like looking around?
I guess he already started.
Because they'll be in here.
I'm sorry?
Are you planning on coming here?
I don't know. I didn't ask him that. I was just giving him suggestions. I was disappointed when I looked at his page and he had none of the pictures posted that he did here. I'm like, what?
You knew the words that are coming out of my mouth.
Not so sure. Make it a little lower?
I've been liking like the little.
Oh, Lord.
What's wrong?
Monica's calling me.
Lower? Oh, you saw it. How much are you? 32. What's real word?
Okay.
What do you want?
She's getting, she got some stuff to her accountant, and we're gonna be able to write our time that we donate off on our taxes. She has something. She has something, it's some form that track the hours. It says we can charge our hourly rate as we're on
That's a big deal. That's really great. 3 years, $100 million. So that is actually really big for them. They want to keep that core together. Obviously, the one guy though, the Minnesota Timberwolves are going to lose though. Nikhil Alexander Walker, Jacobs Alexander, Cousin. He plays great defense all throughout the playoffs. Was a big factor on both ends of the floor. 3-point shooting, but my feeling right now is that he will be a part of the Timberwolves. Look at that well, pretty big contract.
Everybody gets all the money that they fund through hard work and what their current CBA is when they have a lot of people that want money. One guy who's supposed to get a lot of money is no longer in the middle of getting a lot of money. It's like it's each time has a question.
As of right now, it's an active investigation, and it centers around allegations around 2023-24 last season, was the 2023-24 season, and it's around gambling on NBA games, prop bets, things of that sort. We don't know how that, how big this could get. I will say though, it is important to say, attorneys, the gave me a quote, he said, an investigation is not charged. So it means the court is safe, right? Something like innocent, letting it up under the U.S. Constitution. They're not charging people as of right now. But the fact also is this, if this is annually business plan, and saying we expect to reach an agreement on a 3-year, $42 million deal to bring it back to the business. He has an unbelievable rookie history. He was an unbelievable leader for the history. He did so well around Kate Cunningham in that backcourt. He's the second most made three of any player in the NBA, behind Kane and so that deal was pretty much on track. That deal is no longer as of right now. It was on his entire winning position market right now. He's frozen with this investigation. So for this to happen on the eve of free agency, to one of the top teams, one of the best shooters in the NBA, there was a ton of uncertainty around this situation. Again, he has not been charged yet. This is a very active federal investigation.
Okay, so thank you for that information. And hopefully the keeps back taking down further around price of the charges. Hopefully this deal will still be available for him, or he'll be able to get it from somewhere else. Obviously, we will be what journalistic ethics, and we will cover it if he is found to not be guilty of this, because getting cover of this basically makes everybody's natural opinion go, well, there's a reason that the DA's office is doing it. It's not just people's natural reaction. So if he was innocent, there's no charges first against him. I know all this money, they know the conversation is brought up that you're doing it wrong. Now, if he did this on Dante Porter like 2 years ago, I believe, because of the investigation, made a lifetime ban on block banning, I believe, and then Gary Rose there, I believe, had an investigation, and then that was disappeared. So hopefully he's going to
Hello. How you doing? How you doing? Well,
You don't pay attention to this week. So the Senate is scrambling to lock down a Medicaid restructuring bill by Friday. This is a long game of dismantling public health care. Here's the Business enrollments are going to be starting on June 30th, and that just means that states can now purge Medicaid rules for minor paperwork errors. They'll be kicking off millions of people, including children, disabled folk, working poor parents over things like renting. That means that states are now just going to have full control to remove people from Medicaid, even if they still qualify, just for missing paperwork. So if you or someone you know is on Medicaid or Medicare, doing things like reaching out to your worker or telling those folks to reach out to their worker is going to be a great way to make sure that you know that there are no admin errors that can be used to kick you off of care. What a lot of people don't realize is that even though Medicaid and Medicare are through the government, their government programs, a lot of states essentially sell off management of their version of these programs to private companies. And then these private companies then make it their mission to get people off of the rolls. That's the goal. They want to shorten the amount of time that people are on the care and then get them off sooner. We're going to start seeing things like ERs flooding, because when people lose Medicaid or when they lose care, one of the first things that they do is they start to delay getting help until crisis hits. That means hospitals, especially those in red states, are going to be hit with more uncompensated care, leading to more closures in rural areas and, creating more care deserts. The South already has more than enough care deserts already right now. We're going to see death spirals because more uninsured means more medical bills. Nothing like 1 in 3 Americans already skip going to the doctor because of the cost. All of these things are just going to make it worse. The hidden agenda here is starting the Affordable Care Act. There used to be financial incentives for states to expand so that they can provide more coverage to their citizens. But by phasing out those Medicaid financial incentives, the GOP is working hard to make sure that no new states join or expand, basically crippling its reach. Right now, they're doing through bureaucracy what they couldn't do with repealing, which is what they tried to do back in 2017. What this is doing is paving the way for privatization. By shrinking Medicaid, we're going to start to see more desperation for profit-driven alternatives. So be on the lookout for things like, skimpy short-term plans or health-sharing ministries start to pop up. Be on the lookout. This is basically just like a test run for entitlements. If they're able to phase out Medicaid and Medicare without appropriate backlash, what else can they hack away at? The goal of this is to ram through a vote before Congress has to break for the July 4th session. Ram it through while everyone's tuned out. It almost makes you think back during the first Trump presidency, when the GOP was running out of ways to make their repeal and replace campaign promises actually work out, actually unfold. The people at that time who voted them in were too loud about not wanting to lose coverage. They were fixated on holding the elected officials that they had put into office accountable, because as it turns out, healthcare is something that people actually want from both sides of the aisle. It's extremely popular. A pretty huge chunk of why the 2017 legislation didn't work out was because Senator John McCain cast the deciding vote, the deciding no vote. He was one of the last of the old guard that was holding back the wall of what the GOP is showing us today. Now it's actually just like that time, except they're changing tactics. The new strategy involves choking Medicaid slowly and relying almost exclusively on voter fatigue and media silence. And unfortunately for us, we are plumb fresh out of McCain's. Here's what the powers that be you don't pay attention to this week. So the Senate is scrambling to lock down a Medicaid restructuring bill by Friday. This is a long game of dismantling public health care. The mass disenrollments are going to be starting on June 30th, and that just means that states can now purge Medicaid rules for minor paperwork errors. They'll be kicking off millions of people, Here's what the powers that be, including children disabled.
Can you move my chair?
Senate Republicans are rushing to pass Trump's 940-page budget bill today, and the first thing they want to do is take away food from hungry kids. The bill would force nearly 12 million people to lose their health insurance and add $3.3 trillion to the national debt. But the very first part of the bill is taking away food from kids. If you read the bill, it starts with a 13-page table of contents. Then at the end of the 13th page, it jumps right into cutting food assistance. They don't like to say it that way. It doesn't sound very Christian or family friendly. So they call it reevaluation of thrifty food plan. That's the plan used by the government to determine SNAP benefits, or what used to be called food stamps. Currently, the model food budget is $193 per week, or $6.89 per person per day. But Trump's big bill would cut food assistance for 40 million Americans, including 1 in 5 children in the U.S., and make SNAP benefits inadequate to afford a healthy diet, according to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities. The same people who ran on lowering the price of eggs, which are nearly $1 higher today than they were on election day, now want to make it harder for struggling families to afford the eggs. While billionaires like Jeff Bezos will get to use his tax cuts to buy another yacht for his next $50 million wedding, your family could lose its health care and fall behind at the grocery store, and your kids will be stuck with a $3 trillion check. That's a pretty big. Senate Republicans are rushing to pass Trump's 940-page budget bill today, and the first thing they want to do is take away food from hungry kids. The bill would force nearly 12 million people to lose their health insurance and add $3.3 trillion to the national debt. But the very first part of the bill is taking away food from kids. If you read the bill, it starts with a 13-page table of contents. Then at the end of the 13th page, it jumps right into cutting food assistance. They don't like to say it that way. It doesn't sound very Christian or family friendly. So they call it reevaluation of thrifty food plan. That's the plan used by the government to determine SNAP benefits, or what used to be called food stamps. Currently, the model food budget is $193 per week, or $6.89 per person per day. But Trump's big bill would cut food assistance for 40 million Americans, including 1 in 5 children in the U.S., and make SNAP benefits inadequate to afford a healthy diet, according to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities. The same people who ran on lowering the price of eggs, which are nearly $1 higher today than they were on election day, now want to make it harder for struggling families to afford the eggs. While billionaires like Jeff Bezos will get to use his tax cuts to buy another yacht for his next $50 million wedding, your family could lose its health care and fall behind at the grocery store, and your kids will be stuck with a $3 trillion check. That's a pretty expensive bill. Call your senator today and tell them to vote no. Senate Republicans are rushing to pass Trump's.
Okay, so we can say good bumper and sleep soundly about another word. Oh, yeah. Okay. Let's get to it. What's your catch position is obviously
right? Or reading labels, filter. We need to talk about something that's literally affecting the air we breathe right now. We've been, on the whole, trying to live healthier lives, right? We're reading labels, filtered water. But what if I told you that while we're doing all of that, some of the biggest polluters in the country just got permission to dump toxic chemicals into our air, and all they had to do was send an email. Yeah, here's what's happening. The current administration's EPA basically sent out an invite to coal companies saying, hey, if you want to skip those pesky clean air rules, just shoot us an email. Say they could claim it's for national security or because they don't have the tech to meet pollution standards. And guess what happened? 68 coal-fired power plants across 23 states sent in those requests and got exemptions, just like that. Now, these plants are legally allowed to release mercury, arsenic, and other toxic heavy metals into the air we breathe. To put this into perspective, we're talking about the mercury air toxic standards that have been saving up to 11,000 lives every year and preventing $300 million in healthcare costs. These aren't just numbers on a page. These are real people's lives. There's actually a map showing exactly where these exempted plants are located, and chances are some of you watching might be living near one of these facilities. So this isn't some distant problem. This is happening in our communities, to our neighbors, to our families. But here's the good news. Earth Justice filed a lawsuit on June 4th to stop this permission to pollute program. They are in court right now fighting for our right to clean air, and they need our help. If these corporations can have the audacity to send an email asking for permission to pollute, then we can definitely send messages demanding they stop. EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin needs to hear from the people he's supposed to be protecting, which is us. This isn't about politics. This is about the air our kids breathe, the health of our communities, and holding polluters accountable. I've got the link in my header where you can send a message directly to Minister Zeldin. It takes literally 2 minutes, but the impact could save thousands of lives. Because remember, the standards we have exist because people fought for them, fought for us, and now it's our turn to fight back. Let's make sure our voices are louder than their emails. Check the link in my header and let's flood the EPA with messages from real people who want clean air. We need to talk about something that's literally affecting the We need to talk about something.
You're ready to go and you're prepared, then you don't have to worry about it.
Wait, girl, I'm spinning. Oh! Yeah, what's nothing you can do? Good, bro. Oh! Like that. Seriously, son. Like what? Run down, spin. On the rim! Flotation denied. Oh! Man, give me that! I'm playing volleyball out there. Ah! Oh my god, curl, bounce, spin move. Lay! Watch this spin. Knock down 3. He like, man, come on, bro. Making all types of stuff, bro. Let me get that cool. No cap. Watch the up and down the lane. What type of chip do you like? Oh! The left hand is crazy. Oh! No, sir. That tab is crazy, man. Like, give me that. Wait. Oh! Cross. Excuse me. Skip the up and down the lane. Back door. Good pass. Oh! Wait, girl, bounce.
actually talking to the woman that owns the Airbnb, where Antoine Massey was allegedly found. She doesn't want her face on camera. We want to respect her request. So I'm going to get Robin, put the camera back down, and we're going to ask her a few questions. You guys can listen in. Pretty quiet neighborhood, you know, it's kind of shocking, you know, but hey, you know, things like this happen. You just have to, you know, be careful, I guess, you know. Have you seen any signs of this? Anything suspicious? Any signs? Yeah, it's only one tenant. I'm frustrated too. I don't know what's happening. They say this is going on, and I get here and I don't even see a cop. You know, so I don't know. And what do you know about the family? Do you know anything about the family, the tenant that was taken? A friend of ours. I guess he's all over. Did she see the whole arrest happen, or just the law enforcement presence? Alright, thank you so much. You said you don't. I understand. Would you mind saying a few words with us if you don't put your face on the camera? That's Millie's right, and she is out. But, apparently that's where Antoine Massey was hiding out, and that's where he was taken into custody. It's very interesting that even the property owner was not told by law enforcement what was going down when it was going down. So that tells you just how much they had to secretly inject themselves into that situation as to not alert Antoine Massey that they were onto him, go in there, get him peacefully, and get him out of there as quick as they went in almost.
And I can tell you, from a house that they approached, I think this was going to be roasted.
Yes.
Law enforcement did so in force with multiple different agencies, and they very, very intentionally makes it a SWAT scene on the house and completely kind of almost like undercover surveillance to determine is it fact
Right, and Amelia's right hand was up. We're going to go back out to Amelia again. Apparently she's got some more information for us. So Amelia, what you got for us?
Hey guys, we're actually talking to the woman who owns the, let's turn the camera this way. We're actually talking to the woman that owns the Airbnb where Antoine Massey was allegedly found. She doesn't want her face on camera. We want to respect her request. So I'm going to get Robin, put the camera back down, and we're going to ask her a few questions. You guys can listen in.
Pretty quiet neighborhood, it's kind of shocking, but hey, things like this happen. You just have to, be careful, I guess,
Have you seen any signs of this? Anything suspicious?
Any signs? Yes, only one tenant. I'm frustrated too. I don't know what's happening. They say this is going on, and I get here and I don't even see a cop. So, so.
And what do you know about the family? Do you know anything about the family, the tenant that was staying there?
A friend of mine, I guess is all.
Did she see the whole arrest happen, or just the law enforcement presence? All right, thank you so much. Thank you.
What you was like?
I said, you all right there?
Barely. Ah. Let's make sound effects.
Wait, what? I thought Nathan came from Miami.
Divorcing your wife and asking her to remarry.
It happens.
You saved yourself snacks? Yep. Send us his phone number. No, send us. Oh, like Apple Pay? No. Go to Cash App. And then search the number. What up, y'all? She said, wow. Got a lot going on for the fourth? Fourth. So it's 225 and so it's 350. Yeah. 350? Yeah. For both of them? Total. I mean, how many you got? Yeah, just two things. Yeah, 350. I just didn't know if you could actually send change. 'Cause some kids just that's I'm thank you. What did you had me do something a little different last time? What was it? Oh, not okay. What we doing? We always do. But we leaving this heavy though, right? Yeah. Okay.
Championship quality roster available and ready when he is ready to play his 23rd record season. He knows the Lakers are prioritizing the future. They're prioritizing the design, they're building a team around that, and he's comfortable. He's cognizant of that. But how does that fit with his mind and competing for the championship?
Driving or flying? How long y'all gonna be in town? Or out of town?
I'm back at 6. I didn't want to stay that late. They all left. My parents and second letter Sunday yesterday.
Oh, okay. So y'all went separate. I got to collect this money. Bills don't stop. Hey.
veteran wave presence there. But aside from that, you're looking at Darnell and an extra big. They don't have a ton of money to play with right now. They're already in the second apron. Likely they will be losing to Keel Alexander Walker, a two-way stalwart. He is not expected to be back in Minnesota. So this team is in the second apron. And again, how much do you really spend when you're there? They are committed though. Julius Randle now, James McNeils, now Rico over Anthony Edwards. That's really the core of this team. They're going to have to make some more bench adjustments as well.
I heard you crying.
Yeah, I definitely heard so that means I'm good.
You did a good job, though. All right.
Y'all have a good one.
I hear you.
I said, it always take forever to load.
It might be your. You might just need my Wi-Fi. It's right there on that second table. Second table. You safe? Have a good time? Tell grandma I say happy birthday.
Y'all shoot fireworks?
Man, nah, hell no.
Nah.
I light my money on fire. With my broke ass. Oh, I thought you were cash out. With my broke ass.
Silence your oil change anxiety involving an instant oil change. We'll get you in and out in about 15 minutes.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like getting a main man, but you need protection back. Easy people be on to fast, baby. Any last words? Just one. That's why you need a real deal.
Oh, baby. Do a podcast or something. That's very cool.
So don't settle for just any insurance. State Farm.
I didn't bring up beginning a relationship like one there. Like, how do you do that so quick? Because I know someone got cheated on.
Back in our breaking news today, a blockbuster trade out of Sherwood reports that the Dolphins are dealing three-time All-Pro corner Jalen Ramsey and Tyler Johnny Smith to the Steelers for fellow three-time All-Pro safety Xavier Fitzpatrick. They did also select the lower round.
So the ruling that SCOTUS issued yesterday does not get rid of U.S. birthright citizenship. I'm going to explain to you why. At least one of the justices who dissented called it the beginning of our collective demise. So just to give you a little bit of background, one of the first things that Donald Trump did when he came into the Oval Office earlier this year was to sign an executive order that basically changes the way citizenship works here in the United States. Under the 14th Amendment, the very plain language of the 14th Amendment, anyone who was born in the United States, subject to a very, very, very tiny exception that doesn't apply to pretty much anyone, you are a citizen of the United States. Donald Trump, with his executive order, wants to add a provision to the 14th Amendment that doesn't exist,
has never existed, is not recognized under the law, and hasn't been ratified by the process provided for under the Constitution. This is a blatant violation of the Constitution. He basically wants to make it so that anyone who was born to an undocumented woman here in the United States cannot become a citizen of the United States. Like I said, that is not the way the law currently works. So of course what happens is that certain plaintiffs file a lawsuit, and the judges in those lawsuits, there are 3 lawsuits at issue here. The judges in those lawsuits didn't just grant relief to those particular plaintiffs, they also entered a nationwide injunction that prevents the application of this unconstitutional executive order against anybody in the United States. So here's where we're going to talk a little bit about procedure in law. Generally speaking, when a court enters an order, that order is limited to the parties that are actually before that judge in that specific litigation, i.e. the plaintiff and the defendant. But in this situation, the judges determined that because the executive order was unconstitutional on its face and would have such far-reaching consequences to public policy, that it was necessary to enter an injunction that would impact not just the parties at issue in the litigation, but every single person in the entire country. What is an injunction? An injunction is essentially a command by a court that says either you must do this thing or you cannot do this thing. It's a command. In these 3 situations, the judges issued a command to not just the parties at issue in this case, but to anyone else who might try to implement this unconstitutional executive order. So what happened yesterday with the Supreme Court? The Supreme Court basically said, we're not going to weigh in on whether or not the executive order is unconstitutional. We're just going to zip it with regard to that. But we are going to tell you, these 3 judges, you exceeded your judicial capacity and authority by trying to issue a decree that is applicable to not just the parties at issue of this litigation, but to every single person in the country. Sounds like a highly technical and maybe not even very controversial decision. A lot of people are saying, what's the big deal? It's not as if birthright citizenship has disappeared. In fact, the order specifically says that executive order will slide into effect for another 30 days. Of course, within those 30 days, all sorts of people will do all sorts of things to prevent it actually going into effect. Here is why at least one of the justices who dissented on this decision called this the beginning of our collective decline. You all learned in history class when you were in junior high that there are 3 branches of government, right? There is the judiciary, there is the executive, and there is the legislative. So with the judiciary, those are the courts. The executive, that's the president. The legislative, that's Congress. And the point of having 3 branches of government is to ensure that if one exceeds its authority, the other 2 are there to check that authority and make sure that there are kings in the United States. For this situation, these 3 judges saw the executive was clearly exceeding its authority by trying to implement a law that is on its face blatantly unconstitutional. And this law isn't just going to affect the people who are in the litigation. This law is going to affect our daily lives. Every single person who now lives in the United States is going to be affected by a law that completely and fundamentally and profoundly determines how to identify as a citizen of this country. So many of people's rights are tied to whether or not they are a citizen of this country. It's not just the ability to physically be here. There's so many other things like employment benefits, marital benefits, tax benefits. These are things that affect so many people's daily lives. As a result of that, these judges understandably and reasonably felt we need a nationwide order to just put a hold on this situation until the highest court in the land, i.e. the Supreme Court, weighs in on the merits and tells us all once and for all that this executive order is unconstitutional and improper. And now, with the Supreme Court ruling, basically they've given Donald Trump a blank check. Not
Time waster.
Time waster.
This to implement this birthright citizenship nonsense, Lieutenant Director executive that is having Congress then define each executive judges. They are the only ones left willing to uphold the Constitution in light of everything that's going on. The Supreme Court just cut them off at the knees and basically said, no, judges, you cannot protect the people from unconstitutional. Instead, if a person feels that they are being negatively impacted by this unconstitutional executive order, the burden is on that person to hire a lawyer, to pay for that lawyer, to go through all of the things necessary to bring a lawsuit that are already congested docket, and then work their way all the way up through appeal after appeal after appeal, and then maybe they get a deal. Do you see what's happening? Do you see how there has now been a fundamental shift in on who is in charge of ensuring the constitutionality of our country? It's not our government, it's we the people. And unfortunately, because of who this executive order is going to disproportionately affect, it's the people who are least equipped to financially, emotionally, mentally fund the continued constitutionality of our country. That is why Justice Jackson described this decision as the beginning of a collective demise. So the rule
I want to go to the house. We're going to play golf, but I'm not going to get to it.
Well, I was gonna work out after golf anyway, because I'm not doing cardio. I was just gonna go lift. But I'm leaving at 6 is the fast.
And no one else is going to be here, so I'll just walk to that.
Sure you wanna go grab the bike?
The Senate's version of the big beautiful bill is going to add almost $3.3 trillion to the federal deficit over the next 10 years. And on top of that, it's almost $1 trillion more expensive than the House version of the big beautiful bill, and will cut health insurance for an additional million Americans. And in case you're wondering, yes, despite all of that, Republicans are absolutely still planning to pass this bill in just the next few days, and I'm going to tell you exactly how they're going to do it in a second. But first, let's talk about this new price tag. The nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office just put out the new CBO score for the Senate's version of the big beautiful bill this morning. It says overall, the Senate's version of the bill will add almost $3.3 trillion to the federal deficit over the next 10 years.
The punter is walking
The
in.
House version would have
Go ahead and
added
sign in.
$4 trillion over that same 10-year period.
Oh,
The CBO report also found that the Senate version
his
of the bill
number
would
is
take
on
away
his wall.
healthcare from almost
Yeah.
12 million people in this country.
Oh,
That's about a million more
I'm just
people
driving around, so
than the House
yeah, I just want to have to stop in.
And no, the CBO is not talking about illegals
See you, buddy.
losing their health care. The CBO report said of that nearly 12 million people, the Senate version would take health insurance benefits from 1.4 million people without verified citizenship, nationality, or satisfactory immigration status who are currently qualified for state-only funded programs. What that means, 10.4 million Americans who are currently eligible will either see their Medicaid benefits stripped away from them or will lose their Affordable Care Act health insurance because the federal subsidy that they've been getting for that health insurance is gone. Now, if you want to read this report from the current version of the bill, I'm going to email it out to you in my backstage email, so absolutely make sure you sign yourself up. It is an excellent resource. Now, let's talk about how Republicans are planning to get all of this done. Now, let me warn you, this is a marathon, not a sprint. As we speak, Sunday, Senate Republicans and Democrats are in the middle of the debate over the bill. Republicans get 10 hours to debate, and Democrats get 10 hours to debate. Democrats are probably going to use all 10 hours of that time, and Republicans are probably only going to use a few hours in that time because they want to move on to the next step, which is the vote-a-rama. You know why I'm not making that up? That is what it's called. A vote-a-rama is another one of those walking Senate procedures where after debate on a budget bill is over, any senator can stand up and offer 60 votes to pass, and others will only need a simple majority. It will just depend on whether or not that amendment violates the law. Vote-a-rama is a marathon. It will only stop if one of two things happens. One, there are no more amendments being offered. See, to keep the vote-a-rama going, senators have to consistently keep offering amendments after the vote is over. Eventually, they run out of amendments. Two, senators can force the vote-a-rama to stop if cloture is invoked, and that would require 60 votes. Now, most of the amendments offered during the vote-a-rama will fail, but some will actually pass. In fact, some Republicans are already planning to offer their own amendments to the Big Beautiful Bill during tonight's vote-a-rama. Now, keep in mind as well, the minority party, so in this case Democrats, will often use the vote-a-rama as a way to force the majority party, in this case the Republicans, to take some politically compromising votes on some very controversial issues. That is very normal in this process. The Republican leadership expects that the vote-a-rama is going to go all night long into tomorrow, and we could get a final vote on the Big Beautiful Bill in the Senate at some point tomorrow, Monday, or maybe Tuesday, depending on how long the vote-a-rama goes. Then don't forget, because the Senate has made all these changes to the bill, it would then have to get kicked back to the House for another vote. And lots of House Republicans are not happy with all these changes that the Senate Republicans have made. So that's another fight that we're going to have to watch very closely in the coming days. But if Speaker Johnson can keep his entire Republican conference together, the GOP plan is to have this bill passed out of the House by Wednesday, maybe Thursday, and then to President Trump's desk for signature either right before or right on the 4th of July. The Senate.
Who's that?
Tim.
Oh, that was Tim.
This partnership with WSPN and the Godson, they do such an amazing job that it just makes me feel like I can relax. It allows us to just focus on getting things better.
Or visit WNBA.com/last baseball. Professor Cool here.
Ah, yeah!
pH, alkalinity, cyanuric acid, chlorine. It doesn't have to be totally hard. It is total hardness. Oh, that was great. Anyway, just use Aquatex and test strips. You simply do. Clean and pure. You have all the info you need to avoid H2O.
Are they here?
And make
Oh,
sure
being dirty.
H2O is
Dirty. Oh. Oh.
Talking about being totally
Talking about being totally what? Oh.
my water.
Oh. I want you. I have 2 in a row, and then spot 8, please. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah,
You said it late. I'm like, okay, he was coming.
We were on 130. I don't know if it was that guy from yesterday because he booked a team. But he didn't seem that bright, so it could have been anything. What am I managing? You too. Come on down.
I don't know how to describe this.
Here, hold on. Let me get you covered up first. Okay.
It's pretty much kind of like the same thing I'm doing. But I'm trying. What's the right word? I'm gonna say like a half a faux hawk kind of thing, where it's more like.
So bring the back up higher, because like before you have to do a drop on.
Oh, well, I still want that to drop. Actually, it was more of like here, kind of like having that less square and more like kind of going. Does that make sense? So like right where. So like, kind of where you have that indent, right? Here.
Hold on.
So like, you see kind of like with that, where the fade starts, you know, it kind of blends into it. Am I saying that right?
Well, I mean, maybe. Hold on. Tristan. Oh, is it Meredith Giles?
Yes.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, you guys a little early. He just sat down.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Yeah,
No,
okay. I'll get right with you.
Take your
Yeah.
time, though.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead again.
It's pretty much how we've been doing it. I'm just still kind of just making sure like where you came out this area was really kind of like tight or like.
So you made a. So am I bringing? Okay, so the picture doesn't help.
Okay.
So
Sorry.
no, it's okay. So what I've been doing. Do you want the fade to start there, start a little lower, or start a little higher, or
maybe like kind of like start there.
So start in the same spot.
essentially.
Okay, so that's fine. No, that's okay.
Yeah.
Listen, I want to make sure I understand what you're getting at, so I'm asking some silly questions.
Absolutely.
So-
It's just more of like because of my head shape, it's like, just keeping like the top high and like, keeping the sides as tight as possible. So you've been doing that. And it was just more of like, how do I make it look more? For instance, like sometimes when I get out of the shower and I'm just kind of putting moisturizer in my hair, the tear on the top, I'll do like that. Just kind of see how it looks like as a mohawkish kind of.
So what I could do is keep the fade where we've always kept it, but shape the top of the long hair into more of a point. Is that what you're
Sure. Yeah. There we go.
Easy money. Like I said, I knew we were going to get there. I didn't know how. But
my thing is always trying to make sure, like, am I using the right terminology?
yeah, no, listen. And you know what? So it's funny because I, in a way, by no means am I a doctor. Like, and I will never pretend that I belong in that conversation. But every time I go to the doctor and I have to try to describe something, and then they start to use like anatomical terms, and I'm like, where my I almost said uterus. I don't know where my kidneys are. I ain't played operations since the 90s.
Haven't seen inside.
Yeah, I don't know. And they're like, we'll describe it. Does it feel like? And I'm like, bitch, I don't speak doctor. I don't know. So I completely understand. I completely get that you don't get it, which is why I have to really kind of unlearn what I learned in school to be present with you where you're at, because you don't get it.
Exactly.
So we're going to get it together.
For a long time growing up, like, parents always gave me like the bald fades, and I'm like, I still kind of want some hair in the back there. I'm learning what the rock fade is.
They don't get it. Yeah, they don't get it.
Surprising.
Yes, for sure. No, but I think I'm onto it. So we're gonna do the same thing. We're just gonna sculpt the top, shape the top in a way that looks, I think, like a mohawk or faux hawk, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. Well, I'm not even sure.
So a faux hawk is, a mohawk is all of this, kind of in that shape. Whereas a faux hawk is just the top, kind of, in like the shape of a mohawk.
Exactly. Just the top is what I was
We're still doing a drop.
Correct.
Yeah.
Taking my little sister out to Chicago.
Okay.
To spend the 4th with our older sister who's in Chicago.
Okay.
We head out tomorrow.
Okay. How long will you guys be there?
To Saturday.
Okay, so then. And you guys are driving or flying?
Flying.
Thank God. Yeah, because I drove from Minneapolis, which is not far from Chicago. It's like a 6-hour difference. When I tell you that was the worst experience I've ever had.
Was it, I guess, it was a straight shot?
Yeah, mostly. I mean, so I took 35 mostly all the way from Minneapolis to Houston.
Wow.
Yeah, so it was a pretty long straight drive. There were a couple of detours where I had to, for whatever reason, the GPS told me to get off of 35 and reconnect with it, in a different state, city, whatever. But yeah, it was supposed to be 18 hours straight through, but of course you got to stop and get gas, use the bathroom, grab food, whatever. So it took me about 20 hours, but it accounted for all the stops I had to make.
I haven't been there in a minute, but is there a train now?
In Chicago?
Well, from Chicago to like nearby states?
I would not be surprised if there are, but I wouldn't know. But my guess would be probably, Amtrak or, because I know there's like commercial trains that bring in like industrial, whatever. But I'm sure there's some commercial trains that go east, west, north, and south. So I would bet a lot of money if there is a train that somehow gets you from the north to the south and vice versa.
Okay.
Do you guys have any activities planned, or are you just going there to figure it out day by day?
Something we all haven't done in a while is amusement parks.
Okay.
Amusement parks on the Dallas. know, like Six Flags, the question is how much energy do you have to be at Six Flags with all the rides and not still stay for nighttime fireworks and all that. So yeah, they should be fun.
Does your sister have the space to accommodate you guys, or will you have to? Yeah, okay.
Yeah. She got a new spot actually. So it was me and my younger sister, or me and my youngest sister. My younger sister was in Austin. Will use.
Oh, dope. Okay. How often do you guys get up to Chicago?
For me, fairly often. My sister's not really mine could be like once a year maybe. That's considered often.
Yeah, I mean, I've been here almost 8 years. I have never been back to Minneapolis.
Oh, really?
I will never go back. There's no change. One-way trip, absolutely. I left on purpose. Totally trips.
There's no family there or anything?
All of my family's there.
Oh, you're like...
Yeah, my mom's side is in Minneapolis, my dad's side is in St. Louis.
Okay.
So, no, I'm right where I chose to be.
That's cool.
Now this week, we have a special Wednesday night baseball matchup on ESPN and ESPN Vortex. People Armstrong and the Hangout Central League Cup. Which will be revealed as all the Guardians. The 7-game or the 3-game series.
This area still treating you good, though?
Yeah. Yeah. I haven't explored it enough, but I just don't want to fall into the DC, like when I was in DC, the whole thing. I live here, I'll just take my time.
I was just about to say that don't take your time.
Right.
Because, yeah, time's a funny thing, man. It'll speed up on you. You'll be here 8 years like me and be like, man, I don't know anything about Houston. Every time somebody names like a city or a place, I'm like, I don't know where it is. I've never heard of it. Yeah, I'm very uncultured for an out-of-towner.
It's like, I'm sure it exists, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not much better. And there's so many things that I said, oh, I'm gonna check that out one day. I ain't doing nothing.
Right.
I talk all that mess. I ain't doing nothing.
Any more structure?
Yeah. Just trying to make 1 week in a month. Like, you know what? I'm gonna do this thing.
I like that. Just like one thing a month.
Yeah. I need to take my own advice. I can't.
Because once you have the downtime, it's like, I kind of want to just rest.
Yep, and then put my feet up.
Right.
Yeah.
guy's hand, and he wouldn't even shake my hand. What's up with that? I had no problem with that. I was like, no, okay. Yeah, or not. It's a tradition.
Are we there? Are we close? Am I way off?
No, you're good.
We're there.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, I'm gonna do the edge up, and then we're just gonna see what you think. What'd you say? Oh. What do you say?
So we're just funny.
So yes, but we're gonna run into the same problem with the pin wheel. If I take more off the top, the trajectory of what you're going for is gonna have to change, and then I'm gonna bring the fade up higher. I understand. I'm gonna do what you tell me to do. I'm just consulting you that like you wanted to have more of a like, you know what I'm saying? So like if I take some of the length off, then I'm gonna have to basically bring the fade up higher to accomplish what you're asking for, which I'll do. Again, I work for you. I'm just saying like it's gonna flatten it out more.
Okay.
But like I mean, if you want, we can try to just make it a little sharper to bring it down.
Sure.
I'm just saying it's gonna
Just a little sharper?
yeah.
Okay,
Okay. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, it was too much. It was just more. I know, like, once I put product and stuff, so I just
Yeah.
do it. Yeah.
How's that?
Yeah.
Is it?
Thank you.
Yes, sir. That one.
Someone did know, but find out everything else. So.
Yep.
Because my hair is naturally curly, so like once I take a shower and everything,
Yeah, it's gonna curl up a little bit.
it all curls out. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, he's set up. Going cash call.
Oh, part.
Chicago, my brother.
Thank you, man.
Have a good week, dog.
We'll just wait for my ride.
Yeah. You ready, buddy? What up, my friend?
What up?
Shawn, man. You are?
Tristan.
Tristan, nice to meet you. How you doing, Mama?
Good. How you doing?
Doing well. Good to see you. Good to see
My
you.
grandbaby.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He's kind of big.
He's a big boy. He ain't nobody, baby.
He's always going to be my baby.
He was a giant.
And he's still growing. That's what's scary.
What am I doing for you, buddy?
Just a
Fade
fade
on
on
the
the
bottom.
side.
You want bald or just real light?
Real light.
Did you mention what Mom said?
Oh,
It was really just the fit. And if you want
That it was kind of uneven, and when he had his last fade, it was kind of a little uneven.
Oh, okay, I got you.
So, and for me, just the ends trim.
Okay, so 4%. Okay. Where did you guys go last time?
my mom's a hairstylist, so
Oh.
I get it done by her.
Okay.
Yeah.
Throwing mom under the bus.
Oh, she's dealing with 2 little kids. So.
Yeah.
I mean, you
What?
must have pissed her off at one point, okay?
I guess so.
Because she would do that to me when she cut my hair, so it's like, but I pissed her off a little shorter than I expected.
Where does your mom work?
Right now she's really unemployed right now,
Gotcha.
but she's dealing with both the little kids.
Sure.
But I'm from Georgia right now,
Gotcha.
but I used to live here.
Okay. Does she stay in the area?
No, not really.
Yeah. I'm just confused. How do you guys find me?
She just looked at the barbershop.
Yeah. Okay.
Knowing her, she did her research being the hairdresser.
Yeah.
It's-
So you said real life, not ball.
Yeah.
Okay.
Real life.
See you, buddy. Have a good week, man. And what was underneath it? You said the thing was underneath?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're a real artist, I can tell just by the way you talk, by the way you observe. I
Yeah.
love that.
Yeah.
I worked in the salon for like 20 years.
Yeah, okay.
I-
So you know when you see one.
You can see the ones that bullshit and then the ones
Yeah.
that know what they're talking about.
Yeah. Fair enough. I appreciate it. How long you been in town for?
I'll be here until Saturday.
Okay.
Yeah.
4th of July fun.
Yeah.
I would offer your mom some kind of like at least a job interview, but if she's willing to mess your haircut up because she don't like you and you're her own son, I don't know if you feel comfortable bringing her to the establishment, man. Never mind, man.
Oh God, that's great.
Never mind.
Never mind.
We're not interested.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my God.
That's hilarious. Hello,
Great,
hello.
but her talent is hair color.
Oh, she's a colorist. I got you. Okay. That explains something.
Yeah.
There's a clock right there.
It's just more haircuts you do.
We do, yeah, we do. We're full service.
So you could do like mine.
So, yes, yeah. I mean, you know, we are full service. We don't advertise perms. We don't advertise color. We don't advertise blowouts. We don't advertise keratin treatments. But so like I'm a licensed barber. She's a licensed cosmetologist. Between everybody in the shop, we do everything. I braid. I do color. I cut.
Because I've got that Puerto Rican curly hair.
Yeah.
That if you don't cut it just right,
Be a problem.
it just you look like Bozo the Clown.
Yeah.
So I'm still looking since my daughter moved. She used to be the one who cut it.
Gotcha. Well, I would encourage you to take her card, Marcella. Her is right there, right above the ducky, the graduation ducky.
Oh, Marcella.
Yeah.
So I can come and harass you. Awesome.
What up?
Could we do it back an hour?
Well, just because your brother booked right after you.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
he booked at 4.
I had no idea.
Okay. No, I can take you right now. I thought you guys were carpooling,
No.
so I was like, why,
That's crazy timing, though.
Yeah.
I had no idea. It was
He like minutes after you booked, he
That's
booked.
crazy.
Yeah.
that have walked into
Yeah. No, I can make it work right now. I just.
Yeah, no worries.
see why it's hard for you to get a good haircut. Your hair, like, it's directional in a way that I don't deal with a lot. But I'm the right man for the job. Plus, you gotta fly back to Houston and get a haircut every 2 weeks. And stop this.
Hey, I have no problem him living with us, so.
She want her babies with her.
Like, I need someone to reach the top shelf for me.
That's, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, she's got her hands full now. 9-month-old, 4-year-old, and she's expecting another.
Oh, okay.
So that's why I'm like, oh, if I can kidnap this one, you're gonna be too busy to worry about him. I'll take care of him. He's always special. He was my first grandchild, so yeah, he's my baby.
Have a good week, my friend. What up, my friend?
What up?
Got a plan, man? Not yet. I don't think. Jay, has Matt hit the group chat? Has Matt hit the group? His number's right there if you want to give him a call.
I'll do a walk-in.
Yeah, just sign in. got one of your hairs on my head. Okay, I want you to take a look at what I've done. Be picky. You won't hurt my feelings. I want to get it right. Start here. Look this way.
I mean, it looks nice.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, make sure it's not uneven because I don't know exactly. I couldn't tell what was uneven, so just be picky.
I don't know what she really meant about uneven.
Okay.
To be fully honest.
Okay.
It looked fine to me whenever she cut it.
Gotcha. Okay. And then you get your front edge up. You
You can actually look at
yeah. Head down like that. And then I'm supposed to even out this too as well? Yeah, yes ma'am.
I mean, I get him having the long hair, but it's gotta be,
Yes ma'am.
Yeah, it's
you
gonna
gotta keep it healthy.
I get you, I get you. No objections. Shima, you want to come check?
No, that's good.
Yeah.
It's just that the ends were
Yeah.
starting to fray, and I didn't want them to split all the way. He's got a good head of
You
hair.
got great.
Now this way, when Mom braids it for football,
Yeah.
it's gonna be nice.
What do you play?
I play Garner.
You play for the Falcons? Like you're a big dude.
No, I wish I could right now.
What's the check?
Want to keep them in shape and keep those braids up.
Yeah. You see it right there. You see your elbows family too.
Scholarships the way to go, honey. That's your goal.
Tick. You keep your ponytail somewhat down, right?
Either down or put in a full bun.
Okay. What do you prefer today?
I'll probably do the bun.
Okay, all right.
I hear my dad in my head going, he's wearing a moñito. What's the moñito for? Yeah, great grandpa Pedro.
Try to shave my head.
Oh my God, yeah. The Puerto Rican, you gotta be clean. Old school. I love all the tigers. That's my favorite.
What?
I love tigers.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely adore them. And I look up and go, God,
They're
I'm meant
everywhere.
to be here.
Come back anytime. I said come back anytime.
Oh, I will. There you go. Feeling nice and
I
clean
feel
now.
great. Yeah.
It's a good thing your mom messed you up. Or told you she messed you up.
I don't know what she thought.
Maybe in her mind,
Maybe in her mind, or she just didn't
her,
get enough sleep.
you know how she gets her perfectionist thing going?
Yeah.
I like it.
You guys going cash, card?
Card.
Card.
Do me a favor, just add 20 for you.
Yes, ma'am. Do you want a receipt?
No, I don't need a receipt.
Thank you. You guys have a good
Thank
week.
you, it was a pleasure.
Nice to meet you, my friend.
Nice to meet you.
I will be calling you.
Chilling, chilling, chilling. So funny. What? I just didn't know you No, I'm telling you, like, you booked, and that's why I moved you guys together, because short, like, couple, like 2-3 minutes went by, and then he booked, and so I was like, okay, one of them must have got it wrong. Instead of forcing you guys to show up earlier, I just figured I'll just make you show up later. That way, if you can show up earlier, cool, no problem. No harm done, but if you show up at the time I moved you to, then you guys will be good too.
Bro, the one day I show up early, this is what happens.
As luck would have it.
This is what I get for being a good guy.
Right. So they say good guys finish last.
Yeah, I'm like 26.
I'm about to say, you do look like you're a little slimmer.
It's It's so annoying because the first pound is like the least obvious.
Yeah. It takes a while. What is your method right now?
So just going to the gym every day, so and I'm trying to be like I'm pretty consistent with my weight. I was like pretty consistent, right? So my weight fluctuates crazy. So I weigh myself every morning, just like in the day, like how I do yesterday. Yeah. Even though obviously like water and shit like that, yeah, checking my steps, same, go to the gym. Trying to be consistent. Oh, and then I've actually been, when I get bloated now, off of the inconsistency, there's this body armor, it's called body armor light, right? It's like really high in potassium, so like basically what it does like lowers the bloating, so that'll help you that as well. Because I notice when I'm bloated, I'm like way less energy, I don't walk as much, all my exercise, you know? How many steps do you get a day? I think we talked about this. You get a lot, huh?
You say tips?
Steps.
Oh, steps. So I don't know. I don't know how accurate this is. Sometimes it says I have like 20,000. And like my steps are super compact. Like I'm not like long striding. It's like a little here, a little here, again.
Yeah, I wonder how many it's
Yeah, so I don't know. I think right now I'm at 647, which that doesn't make any sense.
What kind of watch are you?
Samsung.
Samsung is fun. Like Apple and Fitbit are like pretty good. Even like figuring out even with small steps and everything. Like are pretty accurate.
Because one of the issues is that like when most people walk, they do this, right? When I walk, I'm more so shuffling my feet. You know what I'm saying? And then it's like, are you counting these as steps when I comb someone's hair down? You know what I mean? So I was like, I don't know. Weird. Oh no. I think there's a, I don't know that a Fitbit or an iPhone, Apple Watch is going to be able to decipher any better. Because so I think I've told you 100 times, I use the cell phone, right?
You use cell phones, yeah?
Yes. You guys have a good week?
You too.
Yeah, I sold them for like 12, 13 years.
Yeah.
And Samsung and Apple, let's just say there are 100 components that make up a phone. I don't know why they do this, but Apple makes 50% of Samsung. Samsung makes 50% of iPhone. They've been doing it forever, and they. So.
Oh, the component.
Yeah, like the aspect of a phone. So the volume button, the LED, you know, like all of the things that make a phone. Samsung and Apple pretty much make each component of each other's phone, which is weird. But they do that, and what's also weird is they're constantly suing each other over this, that, or the other. And so when people act as if Samsung is so inferior to an iPhone, they don't understand that half of an iPhone is a Samsung. Like the technologies are the same. Everything is intentionally similar. They just go about things differently. Samsung will come to the table with new innovations way before Apple does. But because Apple is just so much, well, there's some, I could really nerd out on this topic, but like Apple has a worldwide share of like less than 5% or something.
Yeah.
But they have a 30% share in America. 30. And I could be wrong. It might be 33. It's not overwhelming. Because in America, there's Samsung, there's BlackBerry, still makes phones, there's Motorola, like there's a bunch of them, right? So the fact that they have 33% of the market is actually pretty good, especially when you compare it to the fact that their worldwide market share is like, it's not nearly as significant as it is in America.
It's not used much in China, right?
It's not used very much at all in China. And the reason is because Apple was able to manipulate the market. Apple makes it in America so that my bubbles turn blue, or whatever color, green or blue, right? And so they suppress SMS messages in America. They don't do it in other countries. They don't because in America, Apple is allowed to manipulate the market. Apple was allowed to monopolize their ecosystem to make you think that their products are superior. They actually suppress pictures. Whenever I send Marcella a picture, she sends me a video, it doesn't translate. That is an intentional thing. It's not that Apple has a superior product, it's that in America they were allowed to sell you the image that they are.
Yeah.
But like, why are we even talking about this? Oh, the watch. The watches, yeah. And so the idea that, well, Fitbit and, you know, I guarantee you, Samsung makes parts for Fitbit, just like Fitbit probably makes several components for Samsung and Apple, and like they all borrow, steal, emulate each other's technologies.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's why Apple, I don't know if you know, but Apple has been in the Supreme Court for like 5 years because of their antitrust and their intentional manipulation of the market.
I think the security seems like pretty good. Like they don't like.
Yeah.
It seems like security is like a thing they care about.
100%. 100%. And that's why, so BlackBerry used to be everybody's smartphone choice. I think what happened is some smart wise ass that worked for either Apple or Samsung somehow either let access to Obama's phone or I don't believe anything I hear in this country anymore.
Yeah.
And I feel like one of those major companies was trying to take BlackBerry off the top spot. So somehow they were able to get access to his phone, which then took BlackBerry out of the mix. And that's when Samsung and Apple really took off in America.
Smart though.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
pretty messed up, but
yeah,
you know.
pretty messed up, but
But yeah.
Right players game.
Oh, yeah. Hey man. You can play,
that's crazy.
Yeah, if you can play a little dirty in this country, then you know, why the hell not?
It's Obama's fault?
Yeah. Obama's BlackBerry got hacked. And that's when everybody switched, in the Oval Office at least, from BlackBerry to iPhone.
And then everyone was like, I obviously have information as important as the president. I should
Right.
switch my phones here.
Right.
Well, in Egypt, and they all want to, like, I live in Egypt, basically, kind of live in Egypt. Everyone wants to use iPhones, though, they just can't afford them.
Right.
Take a bunch of iPhones.
But I think
I know, yeah, it wasn't big.
They're still expensive here and shit. But I think everybody, but I think the regional people in Egypt think that iPhones are superior, and like they want them. Yeah, because we are the global, we are the beacon of everything, like everything, entertainment, everything, pop culture originates in this country.
So you know what the funniest thing is, like when anyone like outside of the country comes, they always like ask about like, you know when they always ask about the yellow school bus?
I've never heard that.
Dude, yeah, it's a huge thing. People come from London, they come from Egypt. Dude, there was like, we see the little school buses in the movies.
Interesting. I didn't know that was like a uniquely American thing.
Yeah, apparently it is.
Huh.
You watch Squid Games?
Did I watch who?
Squid Games? Never.
I meant to. I never got back around to it.
Bro, the new season just came out.
Yeah. No, I never. How many seasons have there been?
Just 3.
3. That's what I thought. Okay, yeah. No, never watched a single episode. I wanted to. I just
Still good.
my thing with like shows that have seasons, I don't like them. I like to binge watch stuff, so I don't like them having me wait for a week or a month or another season. We started watching what's that? Handmaid's Tales. Handmaid's Tales. And I thought it was over, which is why I agreed to watch it. Had no idea that there are 2 or 3 more seasons that haven't even been released yet. Like, damn.
Yeah, even like freaking now.
Yeah. But like, they're gonna keep releasing seasons, and I'm not gonna watch those done. Oh, this is it.
Yeah.
And are they all out or?
Yeah, they're all.
Okay.
Like they might make spin-offs. This show.
Oh, this is it. We're off tomorrow, so after we get done running our
It's fucking like addicting to you with.
Yeah.
It's one of those shows, once you're 2 episodes in, you're in your seat. Like, it's probably the only show where I've been like, I'm just gonna watch 1 episode, I'm done.
Yeah.
No.
So have you ever heard or seen How to Make a Murderer or something like that?
No.
Well, yeah, it was a show on Netflix. It was this documentary on Netflix about this dude, I think in Wisconsin somewhere, that I guess was wrongly accused of a murder, I believe, and got exonerated, and I guess he embarrassed the police force. And then, or maybe it was a bank robbery. I don't remember, but he went to jail and he was acquitted. And I guess a news reporter, a pretty young girl, came by to his property after he got released to interview him or something.
Yeah.
And she ended up missing. And he's got a pretty big property. He lived on like a used car lot or something. It was weird. So she goes missing. And, you know, then they apparently try to pin the murder on him and his special needs, like nephew or son or something. And I thought it was just like a 1 episode deal inside of a season of little 30, hour-long things like that. So I start watching shit at 9:30 on a Tuesday night. 7:45 a.m. I gotta be at work at 9:30. In like an hour and a half from that.
Dude.
I was locked in. I was like, bro, I thought this was a bunch of little 1 shows. Man, that shit was so good. Yeah, it's either called To Make a Murder or Making a Murderer or something like that. But yeah, it's about how this dude, per this perspective, because apparently there are other facts out there that dispel this, but based on this narrative, they're just talking about how the police force framed this dude and made him and his special needs nephew or whatever look like they killed this girl and confessed to it, and they played on this dude's ignorance. I'll tell you a show that will blow your fucking mind. Have you ever heard of Evil Genius? Shit. Dude, I'm telling you, any fictional thing you've ever heard of is nowhere near as good as this shit. This is a factual story.
What is it about?
So it's called Evil Genius. So apparently there is this lady that had a mental, she was schizophrenic, okay? Her and her boyfriend, who was also real fucking smart, planned to rob a bank. So what they do is they order a pizza. The pizza man shows up. They put a bomb around his neck with a note, and they say, go to the bank, give them this note. They're gonna put $250,000 in your bag. After you get this money, take this bag to this location. The location has a key. It's gonna get the bomb off your neck. But the lady at the bank hits the panic button. Cops block off the road. The guy goes outside, says, hey, I'm a victim. I'm not the bank robber. I'm a victim. Please let me get to where the key is or I'm gonna explode. The news shows up. This fucking guy dies on the news. He explodes.
Holy shit.
That's all I'm gonna tell you. It's the craziest shit I've ever seen. It's a true story. It's a true. The dude, and it was in Pennsylvania. I think it was Erie, Pennsylvania. The cops surround this dude.
Yeah.
He's in the middle of the road. They stop traffic. He's like, please, I am going to die.
Yeah.
This is a real bomb. It's fucking ticking. I can't get it off without the key. The key, blah, blah. Cops are like, yeah, bullshit, man. I heard it all. Lay your ass down. He explodes. You have to see it.
What's it called?
It's called Evil Genius. I'm telling you, I've never in my life. It's on Netflix. Well, it was. What I learned about Netflix is they only like lease those movies for a time. We watched it during COVID. I can't imagine it wouldn't still be there, but if it's not on Netflix, it'll be on one of the other ones, Amazon or Hulu or whatever. It's called Evil Genius, bro. I'm telling you, it's the weirdest, craziest shit ever.
You ever watch Dexter?
Never.
That shit's fun.
Yeah, I've heard about it. But my issue with Dexter is like, it's fiction. And there are just so many better true stories out there that I'm telling you, like if you watch Evil Genius and you start to watch other like documentaries about real crime, like I don't have any interest in Dexter.
So Evil Genius your favorite of all time?
Well, I don't know if it's my favorite, but it's the most memorable. It's the most it's the craziest shit I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Because it's real. Because like, if you were to tell me that was a fictional thing, I'd be like, that shit couldn't happen in real life,
Yeah.
bro. Watch the goddamn documentary. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. But no, we've seen some other ones that were like, we had our jaw on the ground. It was insane.
Yeah. You ever watch Breaking Bad?
Never.
What?
Man, I'm telling you, if it's a fictitious
Nah,
show,
that one's good.
Yeah. No, I believe it. She had, like I said, like she had me watch Handmaid's Tale, but I only watched that because of the political climate that we're in right now. But ordinarily, I prefer real stuff.
Interesting.
Yeah. But no, I watch sports. That's pretty much it, unless it's a documentary about something interesting.
Yeah. You don't watch F1, dude?
Never. Okay, I don't consider driving a goddamn race car a sport.
It's a sport.
I sure, right.
It's hard.
Yeah, I disagree, but you know, intelligent minds can differ.
You haven't done it.
Intelligent minds can differ.
What's the sport then?
Baseball, basketball, football. I will barely give golf.
No, how do you classify a sport?
How do I classify a sport? Being the primary. A human primarily achieving a physical objective. So I don't consider horse racing a sport. I don't consider auto racing a sport.
So how do you barely consider golf a sport?
Well, because there is a level of athleticism that I think a sport should take. For example, I'm just as much an athlete as a golfer is. I'm just as much skilled as a golfer is.
No.
I'm physically achieving an objective.
You think you're as physically capable as Tiger Woods is?
At what I do, yes, absolutely. But that's why I say I marginally consider golf a sport. I don't at all consider NASCAR a sport. Or like racing, and I understand that like it takes a physical toll on your body, but you are using a mechanism greater than the human being. Like that's why I say like I don't consider horse racing a sport. I don't consider NASCAR or Formula One. I don't consider that a sport. I take that back. I consider sports. I don't consider them athletes. So I don't consider a jockey an athlete. I don't consider a NASCAR driver an athlete, although that stuff takes great physical dexterity. Well, then in that case, then farmers are athletes, firemen are athletes, police officers.
I think sport is an athletic feat.
Sure.
Competition against another.
Right, and that's my point.
I don't think farmers are necessarily from a business standpoint, yeah.
Okay, but that's why I retracted. I didn't mean sport, I meant athlete. I don't consider a golfer, I hardly consider a golfer an athlete. I do not consider a NASCAR or a race car driver an athlete. I do not consider a jockey an athlete. I don't consider a horse a goddamn athlete. If you ever watch any of these shows, like every 5 or 10 years, they'll do like a greatest athlete of this decade or of all time. And they'll always bring up Secretary, who's a goddamn horse. What are we talking about? Like, no, an athlete is a human.
I can agree with that part. That is a human.
Right. But no, obviously NASCAR is a sport. Obviously golf, tennis, pickleball, hell, cornhole, they're all sports. I don't consider an athlete anybody outside. Like if you run track, you're an athlete. If you golf, I barely consider you an athlete, but you're an athlete. But a golfer is no more of a, like I said, by my definition, what I would define as
Golfing
an
is like
athlete.
basically fucking basketball.
You say what?
It's the same thing as basketball. It's who
As
can,
basketball?
Yes.
Golf?
Yeah, 100%. If you think about it, it's that who is smartest at hitting the angle of getting the ball close to the goal.
Wait, basketball like LeBron?
Basketball, like LeBron James.
Golf
like Steph
and
Curry.
basketball are the same.
Steph Curry and Tiger Woods are both doing the same objective.
Huh? You said, what'd you say? Yeah. I don't know what HGH hormone drug shit you're on, but you absolutely need to get off of them. I'm thinking hard as fuck. Go ahead and help me understand this. Make it make sense.
All right. So both of them are using a ball.
Okay.
Both of them have a circular objective to get that ball inside of them. Doing the same exact thing, using an angle and speed to get that ball in that hole.
Okay, so you lost me on the angle and speed because golf doesn't have a defender trying to stop them from getting to that objective.
Well, you can shoot from half court. You're not going to get a defender.
But you still have a defender. That's not true. I've seen half court shots be blocked. You always have a defender in basketball.
At the end of the game, it's the beginning of the game. No one's going to block you.
Okay, but even though even in that moment, you can come up with a reason why someone is trying to impede your progress. You have no example of that in golf. Not one. Not under any. There's not a tiebreaker. There's not a tiebreaker scenario where Tiger Woods has to punch Phil Mickelson in the face to stop.
You didn't mention them competitively going at each other actively in the category of an athlete.
Tiger Woods has to punch Phil Mickelson in the face.
Well, no. Otherwise, then an F1 racer is it not?
Well, no. I was talking like at the basic core of why I barely would consider a golfer and why I don't consider a NASCAR driver or a jockey, for example, because in NASCAR, other cars are trying to get in your way. In horse racing, other horses with jockeys on them are trying to get in your way, but I don't consider a jockey an athlete.
I don't consider a jockey an athlete.
Right. Well, but you say what?
Horses.
No. I'm talking jockeys.
But the horse is athletes.
I don't consider them an athlete because they're not human. Like,
I agree with that.
Yeah. I think the basic definition of an athlete starts with humanity, first of all. Because if that's the case, then every dog is an athlete. Every cheetah is an athlete. None of us can outrun, jump, you know what I'm saying? Like all the animals, right? So like those don't count. But as far as so I understand like the gotcha you're trying to get me on. What I'm saying is the reason I would barely consider a golfer an athlete is because they meet most of the criteria that I mentioned. I don't think a Formula One driver is an athlete because they are primarily using an object to do all of the athletic heavy lifting for them.
Have you seen them do like neck training?
You say neck training? Oh, it's like for that G-force or whatever? No, but I can imagine what it's all about. But yeah, the basketball golf comparison.
I can agree that like a racer is like I don't know. I think a racer is an athlete, but it's like that's like you're barely being impressive.
Sure. And again, like I used to think I saw some guy on Pat McAfee last week or 2 weeks ago, and he was a Formula One driver, I believe. And he was like 147 pounds, and Pat was talking about or asked him like, is that an advantage? And he says no, because all the cars have to weigh the same. So if I'm lighter, or he said something, I don't know, but I had an assumption that all the best race car drivers were like jockeys. They're like 115 pounds. But he was like, no, there's some guys that are really tall and really heavy and all that other stuff, and it doesn't make you any more or less advantaged. And so I didn't care enough to really lock in and pay attention to what he was saying. But the gist of what I was getting from him was that drivers come in all shapes and sizes.
I don't know if that's correct, but because like most of them are like the smaller, like 100, probably 150, 161 guys.
Yeah.
There's like 1, 2 guys that can think of that are like a little bit bigger.
Yeah.
Now, like, I don't consider like a drag racer. Yeah.
But why not? Like if you consider Formula One,
I consider an F1 athlete like racer and athlete because they're going into turns at 200 miles per hour, going down to 60, and then getting back up to 200 miles per hour in under like 7 seconds.
But that's not them. That's the car.
No, but they're turning the car.
Sure.
They have to manage the angle.
So then I'm an athlete every time I drive home. I'm doing something athletic.
Are you doing 200 miles per hour?
You say what?
Are you doing 200 miles per hour?
No, neither are the NASCAR drivers. Their vehicles are doing it.
Athletes aren't.
Their vehicles are doing it. They're not doing it. Just like when my car goes goes 60 miles. I'm not going 60. I'm sitting my fat ass on my driver's seat. I'm just steering.
You're not wrong.
I know, because I'm not an athlete, man. And again, if they're athletes and I'm an athlete cutting your hair, I'm using a tool that's doing all the work. I'm manipulating it.
It makes you feel better. I thought you
Damn right, man. Shawn Custer athlete extraordinaire, man. From now on, that's how you address me. Goddamn athlete, man.
Shawn the athlete.
That's right, man. My heyday ain't over. I don't think my doctor would tell me to go get exercise by hopping in a car and just making a couple left turns on I-10. Just like they wouldn't tell me go get some exercise by picking up some clippers and stroking upside somebody's head a couple times. Like it's not an athletic feat. No diddy, by the way. No diddling, no diddling.
I see the argument.
But I'll tell you what, my doctor would tell me, especially as I age, get on the golf course, go play tennis. Go, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I love that you come full circle on golfers. And you're like, golfers aren't athletes.
Well, but that's why I say like there is some tournaments don't allow golf carts, right? Like so you have to walk up and down with your golf bag and all your things. With the walk itself, bro, that's a lot with all the heat and the time you're out there.
Yeah.
Again, I'm going to barely consider a golfer an athlete, but in no way do they compare to a basketball player, or a hockey player, or a track athlete, or a tennis player, or a But I would say one of the other criteria I would say is you're using your body to physically manipulate an outcome, whereas. That's why I would still consider a golfer an athlete because they are using their body to physically manipulate an outcome. Yes, they're putting a ball into a hole with a stick, but they are primarily doing all the mechanisms of those movements. Whereas a driver, okay, yeah, so I put my foot on the gas, right, and then I just keep turning left. Sports, like no, that's not an athlete, bro. Somebody give me a beer, I'm tired. But I get like, a 500-mile race is as a bitch. I get it. But I just don't.
I just don't care.
Yeah, somewhat.
Still a little around here.
Okay. Did you reach out to your brother? Let him know you're also here? Or? Oh, okay.
Maybe it's got a rainbow.
Is this hurricane season, sucker, or when is hurricane season start? Oh, okay. So this is a 1.5. Does that look low enough, or?
Yeah.
Then there was crushed his dream.
Now LeBron didn't come until 03, so that was pre-LeBron. So I don't know about that. Now LeBron didn't come until 03, so that was
LeBron, then you probably
Is that right?
You probably was looking at
Is that right? You say what?
No, I was saying, you look just like you look just like.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to date his sister because I was like, look.
Yeah, she looks exactly. She looks exactly like my twin aunt. Yeah, she looks exactly. She looks exactly like my twin aunt.
Oh, heads up, I'm gonna be gone. 11, 12, and 13.
Heads up, put in the group chat.
Yep.
You got a hair growing like sideways. I'm trying to get it.
Sure.
get it.
So what do I do about it?
I'm sorry?
What do I do about it?
Well, I think you need to let it grow a little longer so that I can reach and because I could either cut the skin to expose it, which is not risky. It's just, I would say, a better idea. Give it a couple days, and if it once it starts to grow longer, the skin, the hair, because like right now, it looked like it broke the skin, but it looked like it went into the skin. And because I can't reach it yet, and like it'll bunch up, and then I'll be able to get my tweezer underneath it to pull it out. And I feel like that would be smarter than to just like cut the skin. And it would be like a super small, like 1/32 of an inch long. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, how the fuck are we doing surgery over here? It's not necessary.
Look how hard it is.
Yeah, it's ugly out there.
Can you paint your Raptor car? Truck?
You had a thing. Very bad. I said they did a very bad job.
How much was it?
They quoted me 43. They only ended up getting 38.
Why they come out like that?
Well, because they were a piece of shit. I mean, I don't know what other way to say it. Told me it was going to take 2.5 weeks. It took over 2 months. Now that included my embroidery. Like I had my car reupholstered, the inside reupholstered, and I asked them to switch on my panels and order me black panels. I mean, for all the interior pieces. He spray painted it. He spray painted my fucking seatbelts. Hear me when I say, he didn't dye them. He spray painted. He spray painted my seatbelts. Yeah. Didn't have my car for 2 months. I had to go up there with the goddamn police. Yes. was a shit show. Yeah, man, it was. Don't recommend. Please don't use it. Well, I mean, yeah, sure. If I had I known. But I don't know how much a wrap would have cost, but
$2,000.
so yeah, okay. But like I mean, yeah, it probably would have came out to be better math because the upholstery, yeah. But I mean, I should. Yeah, yeah. It needed a lot of body work. It had dents everywhere. I mean, it's an '02, so you know, it's seen some shit.
Yeah.
But one of the issues is that like he had my car just sitting in his parking lot for literally months, and you know, so the car decayed further on the inside, and like when I got the truck back, like the lights, the interior lights didn't work, and I think it's because like it sat out there so long with no shade that like some stuff got fried. I think he got 2 years. Yeah, I think that's what his play is.
LeBron have 2 kids or 3?
Who?
Does LeBron have 2 or 3 kids?
3. He's got 2 sons and a daughter.
Oh, 3. I don't know why they had 3 sons.
Nope. I can't vouch for the guy's personal life. I don't know if he's got any trap babies or secret babies, but his public family. He's got the 2 sons, Bryce, Brian, and I want to say, goddamn, I just had his daughter's name to tip my tongue, and I just lost. Yeah. You about to Google it?
Sure.
See Mike.
Go ahead.
Let's say you see Michael Williams about to finally probably come in next year.
Michael Williams and what?
Mikey Williams.
He like what's happening?
He might come back to the.
To America. He's overseas right now, isn't he? But no, I didn't. I just saw that the Rockets signed Henry, that one-arm player, to a 2-way contract.
Oh shit, I didn't even know that.
Yeah, it just happened like Friday.
Insane.
But it's a 2-way contract, so he's going to get some time in the pros, but most of his time will be in the G League.
What do you like him direct him to Houston?
I think that was a net win. I think you guys are going to be probably the 3rd or 4th best team in the West. That's saying a lot because, like, it's to add a superstar and to lose, you know, a good player. I think isn't as simple as add player, go to the playoffs, because that's what happened in Brooklyn and that's what happened in Phoenix. But I think this is the best situation outside of Golden State.
I agree with that. Man, Katie in Houston, that's nothing.
Yeah, when the free agency happened last year, that was where I was saying he should go there or back to Golden State. Those made the most sense to me. I just didn't realize it was a real possibility.
The Phoenix team was terrifying in theory.
Yeah, in theory, yeah. So was the Phoenix. So was the Boston, not Boston, Brooklyn team.
They almost ended that 1 year.
Well, I'd say the foot was a real issue. Because that was in Game 7, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so, yeah.
You want to, well, what do you think, a 2 or a? 2. Okay, all right. We've been doing a 1.5 for like 2 years. I hear You know, like anytime they sell those, you know, wonder drugs that'll help you lose weight really fast, they have bodybuilders and like fitness professionals do the after first and the before. No, they have them do the after first and the before last. Yeah. One of a friend of mine that was in the bodybuilding industry back home knew a person that was on one of those commercials for like, I don't know, some kind of fitness thing.
Yeah.
And he was saying that they paid that was how it worked. And then like you can even look at the pictures. You can look at the pictures and tell like some of those people in those pictures, they look like they're in great shape, but out of shape.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe I'll end up with a fitness ad. Like, oh yeah, look, I got a fat guy. It's just this ad. It was not real.
They paid me.
I don't know.
Don't shoot the messenger. 50? Going card? You doing some card, some cash, or?
No, just straight.
Okay. 52 is a day.
Yes, sir.
Have a good week, my friend.
Yeah, later, bro.
Voila. Preach, brother. See your little brother in a little minute.
Yeah.
See your little brother in a little minute.
What? Yeah. It's gonna stop.
Huh?
It's gonna stop raining.
You got my car?
You? No?
I got 2 appointments. Wait a minute.
There's no name on it.
Guess what?
Thought I did. Okay.
Thursday. See you Wednesday. Y'all be safe. All right, y'all.
He went from like making a bunch to nothing pretty much as part of all their I could be wrong. I mean, obviously, I think what I would say there, Fred Van Vliet and Rock is very left out there. I suspect Fred Van Vliet is going to be with Rock for a while. They work together on that deal, and they obviously Rock has had some hand in negotiations because he wants to go on these says that in fact, in your player option. That's what that was a weird thing. 25 was a weird thing. But it was a weird drop down, and I don't really got time to do something crazy at the year and not. So, short of the greatest player in franchise history, year 18 of 20, while he was dragging his leg up the court. Boy, they gave Randy, I mean, the quick for sign that. Everybody knows this is going to come, and he's going to not probably play out for the year, figure something out. But again, what I would say is that is the time of smart, long-term strategic planning by Rock. The last couple of years, have done a phenomenal job with that. But what happened at the time that I didn't like being lazy, when you started in that, so I would go and do it for this as salary filler. I will say that yes. Now, I would be surprised if there's not an extension, and I would be surprised if they pull that whole. Yeah, I suspect they will negotiate that on. Again, they have done a great job managing his salary.
Doing one of those wire baskets.
That is going to have to do going forward. Not to the left, it's going to be very expensive. Some boys are probably going to be one of these young players or somebody on the team because they get suspended at some point. Maybe they're going to be kind of brand. But by having all of these new deals, making negotiations about these things, staying or walk here and there, probably save the player in the long term. That's the thing that's like
I think that's like classic voting.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to do it before I grew up.
And now, honestly, I'm a little surprised that the players that you do that done so quickly. Jim Green, that close to the deadline. Before that season.
Huh?
What are you gonna grill in the basket? I don't know. I mean, yeah, try it out. I don't know how I can put this in that middle.
Well, I don't think the coals get hot enough to affect the metal, but that's what I want to see.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying, try it out. I don't know.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I want to do it before I was actually on the grill, so that I can burn all that toxic shit out.
I mean, they could probably avoid that either way. They have to do some of the drinks, but they probably could, depending on how much they love to use. If they don't use it, then what do they go with? Again, they're totally going to be available. All the time, they just go to the yeah, it's a guy who's old enough to come off the bench, a guy who's, already walked this guy, really walked this guy, the shooter, the shooter,
the way, the money's similar. Make a lot of money. That's exactly. There's that and, you know, well, maybe with Brooklyn, I have to like the bill. Say something. Good, man.
It's only natural that a city this unique creates art that is this one of a kind. There are so many things that make this city different, and so much more waiting to be uncovered. We believe that no child has ever been possible. As a part of legal precision policy, we can use each side of the data as a map to let you know the broadcasters themselves. That's a difference. The difference is not changing.
You lease a car with DNM. It's easy. You talk to a real person who can find you any make, any model, and even have it delivered to your front door. We make leasing easy at DNM.
Alright, well, we're gonna have more stuff to talk about this week. I don't know, just keep checking back, we're gonna get pop up over here. I don't know.
We're going to at least have, we'll at least have,
One podcast Monday night.
got some weapons. Will Smith is a big dude. The lead tight end this year.
It was a league tight end in the league.
Yes. Yes. See? Me too.
His vision for this version of the Steelers offense is one that has multiple tight ends on the field. Last year, they used 13 personnel, 3 tight ends. That was 6 highest rated football. I think that's going to go up, especially because Johnny Smith brings a different skill set from the tight ends already on their roster. There are no watching this next block.
I'll see how Miami did it.
Johnny Smith is works underneath. He's scoring also fans and guards after the catch. Will line him up in the backfield as well. So I like how all these tight ends fit together. Makes a lot of sense. All right, let's see what makes sense in the secondary as we check in with Roz. What is each team getting by swapping Jalen Ramsey as a running back?
As far as the Steelers, Jalen Ramsey will look at it a very versatile piece for their secondary. They feel like they can play an outside corner, they feel like they can play an inside, they feel like they can play an safety if need be, and that's something that he himself has talked about, making the move to that position to possibly save his career. I don't think that's the Steelers plan right now, but down the road it could be, and it's like them in that position this year. The Dolphins getting Ethan Fitzpatrick, who's a veteran safety. Now, the Steelers, they felt like, first of all, they played a big in terms of what they played back. They also felt like his production was different with one interception in the last 2 years. He used to be that ball hawk. That was kind of his calling card. The Dolphins are going to be young at quarterback now. Unless they go out and get somebody else who has kids. Having a veteran leader on the back end of that secondary, Ethan Fitzpatrick and James took out the clubhouse and a lot of them. And I think that's a good part of it.
Yeah, absolutely. But you brought it up there, guys. And, I'm wondering what you think about this Dolphins secondary. This is already been an issue. What are your concerns for Miami going forward? Yeah, Steelers are now quarterback specifically. Logan, arguably one of the top worst quarterbacks in the league. I would not be surprised if they continue adding there, by the way, with some of the options available in free agency, maybe they have some others. They need more cornerbacks. Safety, I will say, I think Ethan Fitzpatrick fits this defense a lot better than he did the one in Pittsburgh, where he was primarily playing post in a single high heavy scheme. In Miami, with the defense kind of coordinator, I think it's been a little bit closer to Lance. So I like this fit for them, even if the cornerback room as it stands is completed. Boy, you really gotta hope for the Dolphins that they have a solid pass rush to help those young corners out. Dan, we have one more issue with the Steelers, and it's a really, really, really big one. And that is TJ Watt. We heard today, naturally, a bunch of teams are interested. We know he wasn't a mandatory minicamp. We know we deal with some on it.
1 year left on his contract, and 1 team deal, as you mentioned. So far, they haven't made a ton of progress on this, and the Steelers have very clearly been busy doing other things. But they continue to insist that their intention is to sign TJ Watt for a long-term deal to make him play his entire career with the Steelers. As such, the majority of the teams are interested in having internal discussions about possibly pursuing him. Could it get to the point down the road where that's a possibility? Sure, but right now it's not. The Steelers are not intending to trade TJ Watt. They believe they can and will sign him to an extension if this game with Pittsburgh for the rest of his career. Remember, the last time TJ Watt did the extension, he signed it 2 or 3 days before the start of the Steelers' regular season. So he thinks that takes time, and both the Steelers and TJ Watt are all there.
Yeah, there's definitely a working camp on July 23rd, so we really don't want to have it. So we want to see if there's anything Dan and Gina, as always, the voices of reason and we say the clock is ticking down. We are less than an hour to the start of NBA season. ACC at the skill. Mr. Michael Taylor already played everything about the game. In LA, in Atlanta, in Minnesota, and now we're going to center all of this information is our Shawn Ferrania. Okay, I want to talk about LeBron James and the Lakers with Justin Tucker. But first, the Lakers started with
plus the essentially buyout, really figuring out maybe wanting to play a little game because that was his desire.
Texted me when I was coming here, saying,
Text me?
No, my brother.
Oh, he texted me?
No, he texted me.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you guys booked like a couple minutes apart. He booked way earlier than you. But like 2 or 3 minutes after he booked his schedule. So I moved his appointment next to yours, thinking that you guys planned it.
The last couple times, like, he's been going, he like already went. So I was like, I'll just go by myself. I didn't even ask him. He's young.
Shit.
I keep getting asked if I got a permit.
Haters out there. Yeah, the curls are pretty incredible.
I don't know how mine went, like, got like this because the shorty used to have an afro.
Did he?
Yeah. And his hair didn't like curl like this.
Do either of your parents have hair like yours?
I think my mom.
Yeah. St. Ball fade.
Yeah.
Everything else okay for you?
Didn't get accepted to the college program I wanted to go to.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go to HCC normally. And they still won't make me the server at work.
Really? That's messed up. You should look for another job.
I mean, I'm gonna try, like, cause their thing is, they're saying now is they want me to learn the difference in the alcohol.
Right.
But for religion, my friends, they're saying no with the alcohol, serving it.
Wait, your parents don't want you to serve alcohol?
It's because of my religion.
Yeah, no, I get it.
But I'm gonna ask my priest, next time I see him, see what he thinks. If it's okay to serve alcohol.
What is your religion?
Christian.
Oh. You said what?
But yesterday I went out with my friends and we went to one of their house. But and he, like in middle school, his mom was showing us how he had a perm. So she asked me to do I have a perm.
Yeah, the one God gave me.
Really tempting them to just...
Really?
Some of my friends did that to his hair, and all he does, gets up in the morning, showers, leaves.
Yeah, you're definitely gonna save yourself some time.
See the F1 movie?
Or he the what?
The F1 movie?
Nah, I'm not an F1 guy. Nah. I mean, I wouldn't mind going to the movie, but I'm not an F1 guy, so I wasn't like, oh my god, an F1 movie! I can't wait to go spend $80 at the movie. No, I couldn't care less. I mean, if it's a good movie because it's a good movie, I mean, I'll gladly check it out at some point. You say it was a good movie?
And afterwards, because I got there at like 10:45 at night, and left at 1:50.
Oh man.
But everyone that was there, everyone just, as soon as they got in the car, as they're driving off, speeding forward. Everyone's tires skirted as they're leaving and everything.
Everybody was revved up.
Yeah. I wanted to be an F1 driver when I was younger. That's expensive.
It's expensive?
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet. Those cars ain't cheap.
So you have to like have your own car, so when your own races get noticed,
And then you'll get sponsored.
Yeah. I don't have the money.
Didn't some guy get into F1 racing because he like was really good on the simulator?
Yeah, and there was a movie about it.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't even have a simulator.
Yeah, but I'm sure those are expensive.
Yeah. Like a good one, probably like 2,000.
Well, that's not that bad. No, no, I get that. But I mean, that's only a couple months of work. Exactly. So that's $1,000 a month. It's 2 months of work.
I wonder if he's a car for sure keeps saying that. Like, saying because it's a base model.
Watch out for another special move, Shawn.
Special move? Free agency? Yeah, I hope the Lakers get DeAndre Ayton.
DeAndre?
Yeah, DeAndre Ayton. They just bought him out in Portland.
I was gonna get my haircut like 2 weeks ago, but I got busy with work and everything's going.
So what do you say they have you doing at the restaurant right now?
I'm just a food runner. So I'm just bringing out the food to the tables. Is this something you can eat? Yeah.
Where's this place?
In Jersey Village.
Okay.
You know where Tex Roadhouse at Jersey Village is?
Never.
No.
What's the place called?
Civilization.
Oh, okay. Is it pretty good or?
Oh yeah, it's good. I'd eat there. Yeah. It's just they raised their prices recently, like $2.
Yeah.
It's not like extreme.
What's so what does it cost now?
Like 34 maybe.
Okay.
But that's for dinner. Lunchtime is like 20, 22.
Oh, okay. That's not good. But it's all you can eat sushi for $20 or $30.
Yeah. Did donuts in my car.
You say you did donuts?
Yeah.
You just like burning your tires down to the nub or what?
No, I'm getting them replaced soon, so.
Okay. So you're like, why not?
Does it a lot. I was like, I want to go. And then I said yes. It was my first time.
Was it as fun as you thought it would be?
Oh yeah.
think so. I thought someone said that.
There's so much traffic coming here because everyone is going like 10 miles per hour.
People want to arrive alive.
And there was a ambulance, so.
Oh.
Sorry about
Yeah, exactly. People were taking the hint.
And then on SportsCenter, Shawn is live with the latest free agency buzz. Just moments after the NBA's window officially opens, and how the Steelers are making a push to maximize their time.
Free throw merchant 1.
I'm sorry?
Free throw merchant 1.
Who won?
Free throw merchant.
What's that?
Basketball. Game 7.
You say what merchant won?
Free throw.
Oh, free throw merchant. I was like, what? Oh, I got it. Okay. I've never heard him called that until just now. I could be wrong, but I thought they said even if you took away his free throws, he would still have the highest average points per game. I don't know if they were saying if you took away everybody's free throws, he would still be the highest, or if you just took his and left everybody else's scoring the same. I think there's just a lot of haters. But it's still a skill to get to the line that many times. Like the things he does where like he'll hook his arm inside your arm to make you look like you fouled him. Like that's still not easy to do. And he does that so good that he gets those calls. I mean, I understand. I got a ring out of it, so like more should follow his lead. More should follow his lead. Yeah, I do too. So far, yeah, so far I got a 2 haircut schedule. You never know, man. It might get busy and people randomly have a craving for sushi in the Jersey Village area. Yeah, we're gonna be dead as shit. I know it. It's the first 4th of July I've worked. That's on a Friday as a barber. So I'm pretty sure it's gonna be.
Your thoughts on the PLC?
The Mustang?
Sure.
Like, what do you mean? Like modding it?
No, like him getting it. What happened to that?
I don't remember what happened to it. Oh, you flipped it? I mean, the thing is, if you guys value excitement more than you value your own lives, what can anybody say or do to change that, right? It's like, I was young. I was your age at one point, and I was also very like, you know, thrill seeking. Um, Dude, I used to drive as fast as I could down the highway. Um, like I got to the top of my speedometer several times. I think the fastest I ever got a car to go was like 116. It was a Mitsubishi Mirage. It was a 95 Mitsubishi Mirage. And I stepped on that fucking pedal. So like, I know what it's like to be young and be like, why not? YOLO. So I get it. I just don't think it's real smart, especially as a guy that is now 43. I'll be 44 in September. You know, I mean, if the thrill seeking, if that's more important than living, hey man, fuck it. YOLO. But I find it interesting that you will respect your religion and disrespect the laws of like logic. You know what I mean? It's like whatever you want to do, bro.
This is as long as we're 45.
Yeah, insane. 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 But you know, if that's what makes you feel alive, I mean, shit, man. What can I say? I don't think it's shot, but you know, I was also doing really dumb shit like that when I was your age. But yeah, you get a speeding ticket going 145. That is a felony, like literally a felony. And so you know, it could really have long-lasting effects on your life that may not be necessary, all because you just want to see what it feels like.
I want to get a radar.
Like tell you where the cops are. Well, I mean, Google Maps tells you where the cops are. Waze tells you as well.
Yeah, I've heard of the like, but my friend got a one for like 400. It's the second best one, and like it tells them where it's like 2 miles away.
What up, my friend? Excuse me. Man, if I were you and Bashoy, let's slow down. Because you'd be lucky if you got caught. You'd be unlucky if you just lost control of the car and ran into something or somebody. You know what I mean? Like, imagine how terrible you feel if you ran into, you know, anybody or a family, right? Single mom, whatever, bunch of kids. Like, you know, hope you got your excitement on it, because even, you know, aside from going to jail and paying your debt to society, you know, imagine the guilt you feel, especially as a Christian, taking the lives of innocent people that are just trying to get to and from, you know. Imagine you hit this family. What up, Kate to the T? What up, pretty girl? What up, Mama Bear?
Where you going?
What up, Cammy with the cowboy boots?
Nice little shiner, huh? Ramming some trucks around.
You're with you guys. Yeah, you know, I just feel like it might not be worth it. But if you think it's worth it, you know. All right.
We'll play. Want to go color? Color? Here, let's see how it looks. Okay, scoot over. Alright.
Everybody that like if they're driving their car and I'm driving my car and to the same place, they say they drive crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I believe it. All the stories Bishoy's told me about his driving, I'm positive you're just like him. You're just like him. Fucking crazy taxi. See. Oh, shake the inside? Okay. Okay, you're good to go. Cash card. Come on up, KT. Thank you, bud. Have a good week.
That's not a kid's spinner. You ready for a haircut?
Come on up, my friend.
Did you get paid right now?
Let me look. No, ma'am.
Keep me posted if you don't. Because he's not paying anything right now.
Okay.
So.
Do you have any expectation of when?
Well, no. Supposedly we're going to court was what I was threatened with.
Okay.
So.
Well, I guess my point is, if he doesn't pay by a date.
Yeah, let me know like by tonight, and I'll send you. Because it's one of those things where I'm still waiting on my payment.
Yeah.
So.
Well, if you, I hope things go. The usual.
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna try. I was trying to get him in before the holiday. I was like, oh shoot, 4th of July snuck up on us.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, it's on a Friday. I'm like, all right, let me get him in here. He's not too bad, but besides, might as well.
You guys been having a fun summer so far? So yeah. What was your pretty dress for?
A gala.
Okay.
My friend, she has a nonprofit for NICU, because she lost her baby.
Okay.
And so she supports NICU families by paying for their hospital stay or paying for their hotel and gas and food and stuff while they, while their baby's in the NICU.
Fight through it. How does she get funding for that? She just really good at fundraising, or?
Yeah, just fundraising and different supporters. Like I think one of the doctors, I think that helped, was there for her child. I think he kind of supports her and just different funding, I believe. And so like the gala was a way to raise money. Like they had raffles and stuff that you could, or not necessarily raffles, but that you could bid on.
Yeah.
Different stuff. Because I gave her some tickets, but I guess my tickets weren't good enough because she had like Astro Suite tickets and stuff. So I was like, I offered you my Dynamo tickets if you wanted, but I guess they weren't high price like the Astro Suite, So I was debating on going because I was like, oh, I don't have a center, and she's like, no, you deserve a night out, and I was like, she's like, no, you get in for free. Well, it's dinner and drinks, and so I took them to the after hours daycare. I was like, okay, it's my one time a year.
How much is that? Is that expensive?
It came out to be, so I had to do you have to redo your registration, so that's $39. Okay. And then they have this date night pass where you can do a date night pass once a month.
Oh, cool.
And it came out to be like $100.
That's not bad.
So yeah, it's not too bad. We were there from 5 to midnight.
That's not bad at all.
The only issue is he came home and he's like, Mom, I only got one slice of pizza. I'm like, so I kind kind of had to have some words with them the next day.
Yeah.
And they were like, well, according to our cameras, he had fun. I'm like, I'm not saying he didn't have fun.
Right.
I'm not saying that at all, but my child doesn't get fed.
Right.
And they're like, oh, well, we have our kids come than expected. I go, okay, well, so go buy more pizza or go make more pizza. Like, and Cammy, she was like, no, he had 2 slices. I'm like, okay, it don't matter whether he had 1 or 2. He wanted more.
Right.
You know. So we got home at midnight, and he's like, I'm hungry. I'm like, oh, Lord. Like, I already ate. I don't know what to tell you, dude.
Right. Dream about some chicken fingers.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, dream about a chocolate shake too while you're at it.
But he's gotten bad about if he don't like what we're eating for dinner or whatever, he's like, I'll just eat waffles. Like, that's his go-to right now is I'll just eat waffles. So he's going through waffles like crazy. Got buy waffles like every other day.
Have you guys heard of the Waffle Bus?
Mm-mm.
They're supposed to open out here.
Really?
At some point. Yeah, it's really good.
Ooh, I might have to check it out.
Yeah.
Dad had peanut butter on his waffles, so he gets some protein at least when he's eating his waffles since he eats them so much. But he can literally eat waffles. Shoot, breakfast, lunch, dinner, yes.
See you, buddy.
Because that's why he went to camp today. He's like, I'm hungry. And I'm like, oh, Lordy, you're going to request waffles. That's what he had for dinner last night when we had spaghetti. And then next thing you know, I want spaghetti. I'm like, bro, you just ate your waffles.
Right.
Like, you can't have waffles in your dinner. You gotta
One of the
choose.
others. One of the others.
Yeah. The grown boy.
You're the head of the household. You're the man of the house.
Literally, yeah.
Well, not the head of the household, but you're the man of the house. Right. Pull your weight. Pull your waffles.
You can't pull this weight, that ain't much. So funny. Get that. Put it there. Still not for you.
Not yet. One of these days.
One of these days.
Yeah.
It took me some years, and we still have moments where you don't speak to me at all.
Leave. You was forward.
It's been a long day. It's Monday.
Like we like playing games. Switch or something.
I don't know. We don't do video games at home.
She has them outside.
Yeah,
Come in.
we're nonstop outside. Because he running, he got too much energy to be on the video games. Yesterday we were outside from 7:30 until we left at 2. To 2. Just soccer, running, on the bike, volleyball, everything. He barely even ate too. I was like, dude, you need some food in you.
You can have waffles?
No, surprisingly, no. He had some watermelon.
He talked noise,
Yeah, if you get on that subject, it'll talk your head off. Shoot.
One of these days. One day.
That's how she was. She was mute for like good first year or 2. Now she just, yeah. I was like, girl. No, the middle one. This one, she a talker. She counts and she says the ABCs in the car. Cause I didn't get her a tablet like I did with those 2. So she just sit looking outside and just randomly A, B, C. I go, oh gosh. Only so many times you can hear the alphabet and the numbers. But she got to like 20. She's almost to 30 now. She's like, don't come over here.
You in my house. I was just 43 years.
You guys have any big plans for the 4th?
What you see is what you get.
Right,
I'm thinking about, I'll probably do a birthday party though.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. That was a good turnout last year. I'll probably do another Memorial Day birthday party situation.
There we go.
I just started thinking about that earlier today. But I'm still trying to make sure we have a home.
Yeah.
Because our lease is coming to an end. So
Oh.
I'm more so.
Dang.
Yeah.
You've been there that long?
5 years.
Stop.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Crazy.
So I'm more so trying to make sure that we get.
Are you wanting to move or?
You say what?
You wanting to move or you?
Yeah,
wanna
we're
stay?
out of here.
Are you? Well, you're looking at building even too, right?
Yeah.
Are you still thinking about that or?
I don't think that's something I can afford.
Yeah. Too much. Especially over here with everything going up and stuff. It's just crazy.
Yeah. So we might end up in this parking lot, but we're looking.
Mm-hmm.
We're supposed to find out from these people on Tuesday what. So they don't know what they're charging right now. That's one of the biggest issues. Like we want to at least hear these people out because they're so close to where we currently are.
Right.
But they haven't given us a price yet. So,
Really?
yeah. So supposedly we'll find out on Tuesday.
Is that why they're losing businesses and stuff, or?
I don't know.
Because I mean, that coffee shop wasn't there for very long.
Yeah, the coffee shop was only there for like 2 years.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know exactly why. Hello.
You would think they'd want business, but hey, I mean, if y'all don't.
What up, my friend? Hello. Y'all got an appointment or just walking in? Oh, yeah, okay. But yeah, no, I think. I think they've just been overpriced, and I think the businesses that chose to be here couldn't afford to stay. Our thing is, they're not. I just don't like the way they run. I would like to be more visible. I know going in this parking lot isn't going to make us more visible, but if they're going to be cheaper, it would make sense for us to at least hear them out.
Right.
So,
Yeah. I was thinking you were talking about your house.
No.
Your house. I was like, wait a second, you haven't
Here,
been
you
there
gotta
for
keep
5
your hand
years.
where I put it. No, I'm a year. I'm not even a year and a half.
Yeah.
That's only a year, 4 months. Yeah, a year and 4 months. No, I have to stay there until February if I want to sell it, just to avoid capital gains tax. So I don't know how much of a percentage that is, but I don't want to find out.
Right. Yeah.
So if I do sell it, I just want to be able to keep all of it.
There you go. Yeah.
But no, I don't think. No, I really like my house. I don't. There's obviously always something that would be better, but ultimately, I'm pretty good with what I got.
Yeah.
Okay. What about you guys? Are you thinking about moving? Or are you still?
No, I mean, they would love a 2-story. I'm like, shoot, you got money for a 2-story house?
You got 2-story money.
Because that's how a house around the corner, not even the corner, literally just down the street, it was 2-story, it has a for sale sign, and he's like, Mom, the house is for sale. I go, okay, you got money for a house? I'm like, shoot, I'd love to be a 2-story, but then I'm like, you guys already have all this junk in a 1-story. I can't even imagine a 2-story. So we're staying put. I mean, I like the area and stuff. I'm not big on change.
Yeah. Are you looking to buy or rent or?
I mean, we've been renting for 6-7 years now, and when I had the cash, I asked her if she was interested in selling, and she just wasn't really interested, and didn't really give me much. And so I'm just like, okay, fine. You just want me to rent from you, okay? And of course, I don't like even now, I don't even have the money to. I don't even have the money for rent, to be honest, tomorrow.
Yeah.
So I'm like, shoot, we can't. We gotta stay put because she don't fuss at me for nothing, and I don't fuss at her. So I mean, she fusses when she don't. Well, she don't even fuss. She just sends me the HOA letter
Yeah.
when we do get an HOA letter about our yard or something. But
Yeah. You might look at though. You'd be surprised. You might be able to qualify. So like these new communities, they do a lot better financing. You should at least look. You might not qualify, but you might. And what's the point of paying $2,500 or whatever you're paying a month to somebody else's
I know towards
mortgage?
their
You should, I'm telling
and
you.
that's where I'm, that's when I looked before. I kind of like, what do I need to put? Because I think
Yeah.
I qualify as a single mom for like 0 down. Because I know there's programs.
Yeah. I would look into that.
Yeah,
You
just
really
look-
should.
I know I do.
Because you're never going to get out of the situation
Nope.
if you don't,
If I don't get, yeah. And it's just putting myself further and further in a hole, whereas I can own it at least.
Right.
Yeah.
No, if I were you, I'd at least,
Shoot, we've been out at least.
you all,
Yeah, we've been. we
Yeah.
had it too. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. She don't fuss. She don't try to rewrite it or nothing. That's what. Yeah, we've been out. Shoot, since he went to school. So about when he turned 4 or 5.
oh, it's a long time.
Yeah, so we've been a lot. Because that's what the school's like. Hey, do you have a new lease to send over? I'm like, no. We're doing. I mean, we're on month to month, so. There's no real agreement or anything, and that's what I'm like. Well, crap, he's only the one on the lease. Am I gonna get in trouble for that? Do I need them to be on the lease too? And I'm just like, oh, I don't know. It's one of those things. So
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, I would look into it to see. Maybe you don't qualify, but at least they could then tell you what you need to do to qualify. But yeah, you're not making your situation any better by continuing to pay someone else's mortgage.
Exactly, yeah. Well, and now that our neighbors across the street apparently they're selling cars.
Yeah. Oh.
So that's annoying.
Right.
Because, what was it, last Friday we come home, I'm tired from work, and they're blocking my driveway because they're selling the car. And the person they were selling the car to decided to block my driveway. And of course, HOA won't do anything, so. Because once again, I'm not on the mortgage, so they're like, well, who are you? I'm like, oh, crap.
Yep. I would look into one of these communities that you think is going to keep you in the same school district or like same school or whatever. See what their qualifications are. Even if it's a no, that's fine. But,
Yeah, at
they
least
can-
like guidance and what I need to do to get there. Because I still have a lot of debt. Like, I think I told you, I still have my college loans and stuff, which I feel like those should just fall off by now. Shoot. I thought Biden was supposed to be helping us on that.
Yeah.
But even working with a nonprofit though too, I think I just need to look into what I need to do for those to fall off. Because that's what my sister was saying something about with her being a teacher. She gets some of her loans.
Yeah, I know certain types of degrees. If you work in a specific industry, which I think the social work is one of those industries.
Yeah.
You should be.
I think you have to work for it for 10 years. 'Cause I'm at 8. And that's my
Yeah.
I'm getting to be where I'm about to start
Getting
looking
fed up.
for something else. Yes. Because like I got audited today and I got deemed for some stuff. One of the things wasn't my fault because it was a budget form that someone else should have done. But the other thing was my fault. But at the same time, I'm just like, you can't expect me to get everything in on time when I have 30 some kids. And I was working on my own doing 4 days
Yeah, fire up that resume.
And I mean, they gave me a
mouths to feed.
Yeah.
3 additional mouths to feed, I should
Plus,
say.
when I'm all over these streets of Houston, like we gotta go do a visit tonight, even.
Yeah.
So.
Work never stops.
No, I'm literally doing like 12-hour days instead of 8-hour days. So it's ridiculous. I don't even want to go do this because I'm tempted to do it virtually.
Yeah.
But he left his bag there, so yeah, we need to go. He left his bag full of money, even.
Baller alert.
Yep. Well, we're probably
your
headed
lip.
out. I know she got beat up by a truck.
Oh no.
I know. We better head out. Yeah. Thank you. Let me know. Okay. Love you.
Hey.
Enjoy your
Where's my hug?
KT.
Yeah, that's my girl.
KT. Are we getting food or are we going there first? Ooh, it's so pretty. Thank you, mermaid.
Hug me up, boy.
Cute. Let's go. You want to take it to go? Pretty. Good job. Need help? You don't mess up? Yep, here, go.
You didn't make no shot before you did.
We gotta listen to his mom.
Yeah, we gotta get back to work.
Oh, no, y'all got it.
Pay the bills. Try to. See you. Have a good fourth. Thank you.
What you say? Well, no show. Time to grub a dub dub. year? I had a vacation. It's 07.
I'm on 20 anniversary. I got to. Or I wouldn't have made it to the shop. Oh, man, he dead on the side with it. That's the only time. Anniversary. Yeah, that was only 3 days.
Did your stepson tell you you came by?
Huh?
Did your stepson tell you he came by? Shop?
Oh, yeah.
Sandwiches. We bring the hot.
Yeah. That's when he was getting, if he had an appointment, he was walking in. He said he was walking in.
You didn't notice him?
Huh?
Did you notice him when you walked in? The first one?
I didn't recognize him. I don't think I ever made eye contact with that kid before. Honestly,
But when you looked at him, did he start looking like Cass?
yeah.
All the cheekbones.
Yeah. But I didn't know. I don't think. I
You never
remember
seen
you
him
had
before.
no, I don't think I remember you had a stepson.
He always in his room. Once we got the damn system, I mean, you might see him over there now. Practicing. They'll be out there early in the morning. People keep coming at me. Talking about this lady that just died. 20-year-old woman.
Oh yeah, the tire girl. Netta.
So, I'm like, man, why you coming to me today?
Netta needs rest.
Yeah.
Which is 40.
It's too easy.
Working yourself to the bone. I don't know that I felt that bad when it first opened. Everything was going downhill. My health was bad. No energy at all. Just an ability to come to work every day, work all 5 days a day. And I was open close. I was 10 to 8. There was a time we were 10 to 8 every day.
shot.
Thank you.
Guys sitting next to the girl are just there. And this game has got a lot more interesting.
Some people say I got big hands.
Big ball just dropped in blue ball this season with Buzz Ball.
We don't just serve the high quality human grade ingredients in the honest station dog food. But he's going to get that meal anyway. Because he's a good boy movie the kind and just born strong.
No emails from Lacey about the paying rent, paying deposit for credit card or whatever?
Let me double.
Pretty good.
with these people?
I don't know.
Bills eat two and Wheeler. More MLB action coming up later in the show. Let's move to the NBA, shall we? Where we've seen free agency start. LeBron James will not be a free agent, opting back into the Lakers roster, exercising his $52 million player option. James Harden declined his player option, but is going to stay in LA. Reportedly intends to sign a 2-year deal worth over $80 million with the Clippers. And DeAndre Ayton finalizing a contract buyout with the Trailblazers to become a free agent. 27-year-old former number 1 overall pick at 35 million left on the deal. Aaron Dolan with us as well, Anita Mark. So I got both ladies behind me here on the monitor. And let's talk some NBA here, Aaron. I'm curious what future has your attention at this moment.
How about the Houston Rockets? If you look at the Western Conference right now, they have the second shortest odds right behind OKC at plus 525. And of course, with the addition of Kevin Durant, I think they actually have a shot to win the Western Conference. Now, is this the best value you're going to get? I think you can wait to see how they start off the season, but they did have 52 wins last year, and that was without Kevin Durant. The team really surprising last year. He had a breakout all-star season. He had Murray Smith, and of course, Fred Van Vliet, who's an absolute veteran. This team, to me, feels like they can only get better and go up from here. It's not going to be an easy task, but just seeing those odds in the Western Conference at plus 525 is enough for each of the odds makers are taking them seriously. The Masters on their game.
What you say?
There's some people.
People like Pearl? Oh. This is my last one. He's only a couple minutes late.
Certainly.
What are you doing? Only a couple minutes. You get a couple minute grace period.
Well, it was crazy today and traffic was just insane.
Yeah, my previous appointment, he's still not here. So, so you're doing better than that guy.
Oh, yeah. It's something.
You come to look like Ghostbusters.
Oh, yeah. I put on my Smurf suit.
Yeah.
Don't want to step on fire.
You say you don't want to catch on fire?
Yeah.
It's a good idea.
It's a great idea. I support that idea. I also don't want to catch on fire. I should buy a blue suit.
Oh.
Okay. Same old, same old?
Same old. I think the only change is I want to try the ball fruit on the sides.
Oh, ball on the side. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I'm gonna ride.
Well, ladies, some breaking news from Shawn making the Rockets even more impressive. They just made a free agent deal to sign Dorian Finney-Smith away from the Lakers. There's a key 3-and-D piece that even further help Kevin Durant and the Rockets in the Western Conference. God, I'm on a Texas team too, guys, but I'm looking at San Antonio. The value on the Spurs in the Western Conference. Let's talk about the Southwestern League, where they are plus 450 behind, of course, the Houston Rockets you guys were talking about. I do think the Rockets are the deserving favorite, but I do think there's some value here on San Antonio. I think it's not better. Victor Wembanyama back healthy. Last year's Rookie of the Year, Stephon Castle, drafting Dylan Harper, Aaron Fox. They have veterans like Harrison Barnes as well on this roster. So, of course, most of this is built around Wemby coming back healthy and taking another further step, being one of the best players in the league. But I think San Antonio has a good roster around him. We know he's going to be a favorite for second player of the year, but I won't put that 71. There's value right now on them to win the MVP award. Maybe that's what people.
You have big plans for the 4th of July or just.
Yeah. My family goes to Chicago for the weekend.
Okay. I had another client earlier today going to Chicago as well. Two, actually. Yeah, I got two clients today that are going to Chicago.
Yeah, we're gonna. So haven't seen my godmother in like 10 years.
God or grand?
God.
Godmother.
Yeah, so they're very just close friends. They're my mom's like basically all their cousins, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna surprise them by just showing up at their hotel.
Yeah.
They don't know we're going on this trip, so it's kind of like a little family reunion.
Very cool.
How about you? You gonna close it
I'll
out?
be working. So far, I got 2 scheduled. Friday afternoon at noon when I first get here.
Okay.
But no, we're still preparing for our move for the shop relocation. So
You're moving.
yeah. We're gonna stay as close to here as possible.
Okay.
We're actually supposed to hear tomorrow from that landlord for this new strip mall that's being built in this parking lot.
Okay.
So there's a strong possibility we could stay in this parking lot, just move buildings.
Okay.
But we still don't. They don't know what they're going to charge per square foot, and that's a very big factor. So
Oh, absolutely.
once they give us that information, we can make an informed decision. But until they can give us that, we're going to keep looking for the best deal for us. But yeah, no, we're staying close by. Like I don't want you to have to do too much searching to find us.
Oh, yeah.
Now, obviously, I'm going to update, all my clients, and I'm going to update Google and all that stuff. But I don't want you to have to drive to Westheimer, for example.
Oh,
Yeah, so because you probably wouldn't, right? You just do what you got to do.
I mean, you're worth it, so I don't know.
Well, I appreciate it, but I don't want you to have to do that. I live in the area too, so I want to make this as convenient for me as possible. So I would much rather get to something close by. We're not going to go past Ellison. We're not going past Fry.
Okay.
And we're not going to go. I don't believe there's any reason we would go south of 529. And I don't believe I want to go north of West Road. So we got a few options within this little box I just described. So I'm gonna try to stay as close to this location as possible. So yeah, no, thank you. It's getting close. Our lease is up in April, so but the problem is like there's build out time, so we definitely want to be prepared, but I don't want to lose a month or two without a home, because then my barbers might have to find another shop. They will have to find another shop. My clients might end up having to do the same. So we're gonna no, can't afford it. Yeah. So no, we're gonna make sure everybody is looked after in the time. So. But yeah, as soon as we know, I will be sending out an email to my client base, let them know. And then yeah, we'll update Google so everybody's aware of what's going on.
I hate to lose you.
Yeah. Hate to lose you as well.
It's funny how this have bad luck with barbers, because every time I find one that I actually like and do a great job, they disappear.
Yeah, no, I promise. So I worked with a couple barbers that, and my guess is they had like a dispute with the owner. But it never made sense to me that when they would leave, they wouldn't tell anybody where they were going. Not their clients, not their coworkers. And I'm like, I get that maybe you don't like me. Like, that's okay. But I don't understand why, if I'm texting you saying, hey, your client is looking for you, they want to figure out where you're at so they can come support you. I don't understand, like, why you don't at least respond to your client. But yeah, I've worked with that's exactly my point. And I've worked with a lot of barbers that have done that. I'm like, the hardest part about this industry is building clientele and finding people that want to put money in your pocket. So when you decide to move on from an establishment, if it didn't work out, that's okay. Why not at the very least keep in contact with your clients, because these people want to put money in your pocket and continue to work with you. Yeah, it's the craziest thing.
But you spend time building this connection, learning what the cuts need to be. Exactly. At that point, just change states. Just like brand new, basically.
Right. And the only reason it would make sense is if you're leaving the state. But if you're in the same general area, I still think it's a common courtesy to say, hey, I'm moving to Toledo, Ohio. Nice to know you, take care, right? But like, they're not even doing that. And like, one guy, I don't think he knew that we were on Instagram together, so he wouldn't tell me where he went, which again, that's his right. But I was trying to get a hold of him for his client. And then a few months later, he resurfaced. It was when I worked with him, we were in Richmond together. And then when he moved to a shop in Katy, which was like only like 5 miles away from the shop we worked at. So I'm like, dude, these clients will follow you.
Absolutely.
Like, why not give them that information? But
And you might have moved closer with some of your clients as well.
Exactly. But yeah, it's the mentality of some people. But no, man, I promise. You ain't gotta worry about me. You will be the first to know. What I'll probably do after the move happens, like obviously I'm gonna change my address on Google. I'm gonna change my address on Booksy. But then whenever people, after we get into our new location, whenever people start to book, I'm just gonna shoot them a text like, hey, just to make sure you're aware, we're no longer at this location, you'll find me here. You know what I mean?
That would be great.
Yeah, just to make sure that you can time it better.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Now then you're stuck with me for life, brother.
Oh, for sure.
or until you get to
me.
Yeah.
We're actually chopping off some of the top. So.
We're gonna bring it down,
A little bit, yeah. Not much, but
yeah. Now, are you a big firework guy, or are you just going to celebrate because it's a celebration?
I don't even I like fireworks. I'm not gonna be the guy that stays up way too late to watch some fireworks or anything like that. But I don't think the plan was 4th of July. I think that was just the weekend that ended.
It just worked out that way.
Yeah. I'm excited. I've never been to Chicago, so I'm gonna see it. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Yep. We'll have a lot of fun. Yeah, it's a good time. It's I thought Chicago and Houston were comparable when I moved down here because I'm from Minneapolis, and so Minneapolis and Chicago aren't very far apart.
Okay.
So I've been to Chicago a number of times, and when I heard about like Houston being the 4th largest city or whatever, I thought, okay, it's probably just like Chicago, just in the South. Chicago is so much more of a big city, upbeat, kind of like fast-paced kind of deal.
I like New York.
Yes. Well, so I don't know. I've never been, but if I had to guess, I would absolutely believe Chicago and New York. And I've never been to LA, but I just have to believe that Houston is nothing like any of those 3 cities. And again, I've only been to Chicago, but I was underwhelmed when I got here because I just assumed that it was going to be Chicago of the South, and it's just not. Like, it's just such a more laid-back, chill, slower paced environment, whereas like Chicago is like, man, everything is faster, louder, brighter. But like I said, I've never been to New York, but I couldn't believe for a second New York isn't the same. Busier, faster, louder, more up-tempo. But I guess I'll have to reserve that judgment until I actually go visit. But Houston and Chicago are in my observation, we're completely different.
Okay. I'm excited. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah, and you said you guys will be there for a week?
Sort of. We come back on Tuesday.
Okay.
So, 5 days around.
Okay. The business week.
Yeah. Get away from work and take out about a couple weeks.
Yeah.
We send parts to the rigs, right? So we can't have anything be late, because if the rigs go down, it's going to be a whole shit show.
Yeah.
Well, he left Friday. Friday morning, we got an email from one of the people on the rig saying, hey, this part is not going to operate. So we have no supervisors, so it's just me and a group of 2 more people. And I'm trying to coordinate with all these guys, and like, hey, we can get this done, blah, blah, blah. And that's it done, like all sorted out on Friday. So we run this weekend, we'll be good. I'll come back on Monday because I'm not supposed to work weekends, right? And then they're like, oh yeah, we never ran them. Because we wanted to get like, what we call the first article, so it's like the first piece we make, we send it to quality control.
Yeah.
And like, it took
What
forever,
about-
so we just went home. I'm like, fuck.
So is your manager in hot water or?
Oh, he's on vacation.
But I'm saying like when he gets back, is that going to be something?
Oh no, because I'm the one handling it. So once it's all done, it's just like, oh, we figured it out. It doesn't matter. I'm like, great.
Well, hopefully you can put them on your resume and.
Oh, I hope so.
Yeah, it'll make it easier for you to promote.
Oh yeah, it looks good with all, because I'm working with managers as well, so it's good on me. We got a firecracker in the building, and she was holding
Now, is promoting something you're like aspiring to do, or is it?
Sort of. I mean, this company has a weird thing where promotion is based on like certain grade levels, called grade levels.
Okay.
So you have to do certain requirements and projects and all that to become the highest, like the next grade level.
Yeah.
But yes, I do one day maybe be a manager. And I also like being hands-on. So being on the shop floor, making parts and troubleshooting machines. So either that or become either management or what we call research and development.
Okay.
So it's the people that design your parts, people that test your parts, and kind of come up with new products that you can sell.
How long do you think it'll take you to get to either of those spots?
Hopefully no more than 2 years to move up, because I was put in a program where it's like helps you in the fast track kind of.
Yeah, accelerator program.
Yeah, so I'm almost done with the project that I need to become management. So when that's done, then if enough position opens up, I can be put in a race for that. So it just depends on timing.
Is the pay and like the responsibility, like is all that stuff in line? Is it worthwhile, or do you just want to build your resume for later opportunities? Or
Yes and no, right? It's kind of both. It is worthwhile just to get from like, I think it's a minimum of 10% more.
Okay.
And then you can just keep going based on there.
Right.
But it just looks good on resumes, right? Especially if you want to do specific things. So I just need to decide what path I want to take and go from there.
How long have you been with the company so far?
It'll be 3 years in July.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm still pretty new. And I've been in different facilities, right? So I've been in this one for almost 2.5 years.
But you're pretty happy with the job you do?
I think of what I do, yeah, the way they're treating stuff, no. They're putting too much work on other people. Because my manager's one of those that's all, you see potential in you, you see you can do a good job.
Yeah.
People just putting more stuff on you as soon as you need.
Kind of feel like you're being exploited.
Basically, yeah. I have a coworker, he's in the street, right? We have 2 different manufacturing methods, right? So I'm over one of them, he's over the other one. He got COVID for this week, so he was out for a week. Turns out he was behind on his work for a month. And my manager was like, "Can you help us out and get us caught up? This is the end of the month." I was like, "Oops." But I got it done.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you'll be fast tracked if you're that productive compared to your, to your counterparts.
It's insane. I took 3.5 and then one short.
Wow. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, you might be underpaid, my friend.
I'm more underappreciated. Underappreciated.
Yeah. But they pay you decently enough to where you're not too pressed about your income?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I can't complain about income.
Yeah.
Luckily.
Do you guys have any things you know you're gonna do when you get to Chicago, or are you just gonna sightsee until?
Well, one of my cousins' husbands gonna be with us, and he raised in Chicago.
Okay.
So I know they have a couple reservations, or like a couple restaurants.
Oh, nice.
I know we're gonna do the architecture tour, I think. It's on the boat.
Okay.
Other than that, I have no idea. Heard they did a couple of good restaurants, and I'm all about food. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I went to, the last time I was in Chicago, I want to say it was 2012. And Tom, this girl I was dating, took us to this place called Ditka's. Mike Ditka, are you a football fan at all?
Oh, yeah.
Well, Mike Ditka was a Chicago legend. He had a really nice restaurant. I don't remember if they required reservations and we just couldn't get them, so we sat at the bar. But she ordered Bloody Mary, and the Bloody Mary had so much food in it that we didn't even need to order food. Like, yeah, it had like this long skewer. It had a hamburger on it, like, bro, I'm telling you, an entire hamburger. It had like several pieces of shrimp. I feel like it had one other thing, and I mean, it wasn't like a Whopper, but I mean, like, it was like a slider. But I was like, bro, like, this is enough to eat and be done with it.
You ordered an appetizer.
Exactly. Yeah. I don't remember anything else other than that thing. I said, man, these guys really know how to feed you.
I think the worst thing is like when you bite, like you're hungry and you order something, you're excited for it, and then you bite into it, it's disappointing.
Yeah. You won't have that problem in Chicago. They got really good food out there.
Good.
They're really good.
My dad was this like cooking shows kind of thing where it's called Somebody Fit Phil on Netflix. This guy just travels to different cities, different places, and he just tries different restaurants. So he found an episode of Chicago.
What up? Yo.
I had just texted you right now.
Oh, you texted me? Okay.
She was wondering if you want to see the baby, but you're cutting it.
I'm not. It won't take me long. I would say I got 10 minutes, so if you guys gotta move, then bring it back next time.
Alright.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, buddy. Okay, I'm sorry. He goes all over the country looking at restaurants.
Yeah, so he goes all around the country. So my dad found an episode of Chicago.
Yeah.
And he's been watching and sent it to all of us. He's like, we should hit this place up. And I look it up. It's like $90 a plate. And I go, I don't think so.
My budget doesn't quite meet this. This place is.
It's like one plate will cost you the same as your ticket. So.
Yeah. But that's Chicago, though, man. I'm sure like the street food is pretty reasonable, but like that restaurant we went to, I guarantee that Bloody Mary I was telling you about, I guarantee that Bloody Mary was $50, $60. Like, it's not. Yeah, Chicago ain't cheap. But again, you can probably get some decent street food that's not going to be an arm and a leg. But those restaurants, especially the ones that require reservation, like yeah, man, you're going to spend a couple $100.
Gotcha. Good to know.
But again, like the street food is absolutely good enough.
Okay.
But yeah, if you want to go sit in a restaurant in Chicago, it's not going to be cheap.
Sorry.
No, you're good. And I assume you guys are flying?
Yeah, we're flying. My flight leaves at like 5 a.m. on Friday.
Wait a minute, you're flying on the 4th?
Yeah.
Okay. Was that expensive or cheaper?
I think it was cheaper. I think I paid less than 200 for the whole. Yeah. Yeah, it was like, and again, 4th off for work, so it didn't cost me a vacation day. I was good.
Do you guys travel a lot as a family?
Not really. I mean, this will be the first time in maybe a couple of years. My sister had a niece like 2 years ago, and my dad worked a lot. You know, so it was hard for him to take days off.
See if I took enough off the top and everything looks good.
Yeah, that's nice thing, so that's good.
Yeah. Good.
Front edges maybe?
I'm sorry?
Front edges?
Yeah. I was gonna move on to the next thing after we got this at the right height.
Fantastic. I trust.
Yes. Yeah. In good shape?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Hop on for a second so I can spray it down.
Oh, sure. Going card or cash? Card, okay. Thank you, bud. Enjoy Chicago, man. Have a good time. Be safe.
See you soon.
You too. Oh, they're here? Oh, shit. I didn't realize they were still here. He texted me that they're going to wait.